Calling to order the Board of Education meeting for Sacramento Unified School District. Superintendent, can you take roll?
Member Jean? Aye.
Or here.
Member Phillips? Member Pritchett?
Here.
Member Kayada? Here. Member Rhodes?
Here. Okay, looks like we have a quorum. Do we have any public comment?
There's none.
Seeing that there's no public comment, we will adjourn into closed session. Thank you. Calling to order the Board of Education for Sacramento Unified School District meeting. Superintendent, Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Someday.
Okay, moving on to item 4.2, broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded and will be cablecast on Metro Cable's 14, the Local Government Affairs Channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communication, AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Wednesday, June 14 at 6 p.m. and Thursday, June 15th at 6 p.m. It will also be webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be reviewed on Metro Cable's 14th YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form which is located in the back of the room and give them to our communications representatives, along with any handouts you may have prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board, and please state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comments to items that are not on the agenda. If you do have a comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask you to please defer your comment until the item comes up on the agenda. Please either turn off your cell phone or place them on silent.
Thank you. Going to item 4.3, stellar student, introduced by Madam Vice President.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. Yahweh. I am reading about a student who has done great things this last year. His name is Noah Ami. He is our stellar student through and through. He has worked hard over the last 4 years to learn English and is a leader among his classmates. Noah can be counted on to show excellent leadership, often being an example for others, and always doing the right thing. This year, Noah played on the flag football team, the basketball team, and was one of 8 sixth graders to be a team captain for our Baker Soccer League. He also represents the Marshallese community, where climate change has increased the rising of the sea and temperatures. This has been a devastating set of events for this particular island nation. They have been more vulnerable to tropical storms, typhoons, spring tides, drought. Noah is also a proud member of our Baker community, and we are so proud to call him a friend. We will miss him as he goes to Wilsey Wood next year. So I'm going to say this wrong, but you guys can correct me. Jeraman Nankwe, Yahweh Alep. And then if you want to come on up. Got a few things to say, Noah. Could hit the little button too.
Push the microphone button one more time. You said push it once.
Say it again.
Yahweh,
Yakwe.
That means hi.
thank you.
Yeah. So we're going to come down and give the certificate. We'll come down.
We're giving you this. You hang this. This is important. This shows how much we care about you. Okay, so we're going to take a picture, and I want you to hold it proud. Okay, and smile.
All right, good job. Have a good night.
You're good. Okay. Item 5.0, announcements of action taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Rhodes. There are two announcements coming out of closed session this evening. First, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2023-020919 by a vote of 5-0 with members Rhodes and Phillips absent. Second, the board approved a settlement agreement related to special education services by a vote again of 5-0 with members Rhodes and Phillips absent.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. All in favor of adopting? So moved. Second, Superintendent.
Member
Yes, he
Jean?
said we have it.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
No, we left out, and I apologize. Our preferential, I know.
Still has
Aye.
I caught myself. Okay, now going to item 7.0, public comment. Do we have any public comment this evening?
We do, President Rhodes. We have 27 speakers altogether.
27 speakers altogether. Okay, so I'm going to give the full 2 minutes to the 27 speakers, which ends up being 52 minutes of time to our speakers here today. Usually in this amount of speakers, we usually will say like 1 minute each, but we're going to give the whole 2 minutes. But I want to make sure that we do have a very large agenda, but we do want to hear what you have to say. So we'll keep the full time for our speakers today. Can you call up the first speakers?
First speaker is Thomas Phillips, followed by Joshua Martinez, and then Jesus Tarango.
Good day, sir.
Hello, can you hear me all right? All right. My name's Tom Phillips. I'm a member of the Kiowa tribe, originally from Oklahoma, but I relocated to California in 1962. And I'm here to speak about an incident that occurred with my grandson, adopted grandson, Keeban Brown, where his personal space was violated. His hair was the issue. A teacher was I was touching his hair. And in our native ways, among our native people, our hair is very sacred to us. It's something very special in a traditional way, just as the gentleman up here wears a turban. Our native people wear braids, and they wear long hair. In fact, we have several young men going to school here today that have long hair. And I'm asking them to stand for the audience to see. There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all these young men, they go to their schools, and many times they're ridiculed, they're made fun of, they're put down, they're embarrassed, they're shamed. because they're practicing their tradition of growing their hair long to be a part of their custom and tradition of native communities, native tribes. And our hair was a sign and symbol of a warrior, status of a warrior. And they're trying to do their best in society today. You know, our native history has children were removed from their homes forcibly in the 1800s, 1900s, taken from their parents, forced to live in boarding schools, away from home hundreds of miles. And they wouldn't do that, the United States would not do that to any other race of people. But they did it to our people. They cut our hair. They burned our buckskin hides that we wore. And they made us to stop speaking English. Stop speaking native language and speak English. They forced us under punishment, fear of punishment. And so this is having to happen again to our young Kevin Brown, who's here with us today. I know my time is up, but I appreciate you listening to me. And please don't let that happen. Please hold these teachers accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Oku Oku, my name is Joshua Martinez. I'm descendant from the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. I'm also the Director of Education at Wilton Rancheria. So today we are gathered here because a grave incident has transpired in our community, an incident that betrays the very essence of our ancestral beliefs and traditions, and tears at the core of fabric of our respect and trust that we place in the educational systems. A Native American student was not only physically assaulted by having his braid pulled, but also threatened by his own teacher who harbored intentions of cutting it off. This is not merely an act of aggression, it is a hate crime. From a deep-seated ignorance of what we attach to our beliefs and our hair. In our culture, our hair is not a mere aspect of our physical appearance, it is a sacred object of us. Our boys grow their braids as a mark of respect for our ancestors who are denied this very right. Excuse me. A boy's braid is a token of honor, and it's utterly inappropriate for anyone outside the immediate family, like mothers and grandmothers, to touch it. In our culture, this would be considered a violent incident that unfolded as a disheartening reminder of the historical trauma we bear as a community. Our ancestors were ripped away from our families, sent to boarding schools, and had their hair forcibly cut. Their culture, their identity was callously stolen from them, all in the name of an assimilation policy that led to the destruction of the California Native population. And yet history seems to be repeating itself. How is it that we can expect Native American students' success when incidents are allowed to transpire within the hollow grounds of our educational system? We won't accept it. We won't stand for such threats against our children. This incident is a slap on the face of our tradition and values, and we absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of ignorance. And we hope that this is corrected.
Thank you, sir.
Magician Tuka Kanye Yaset Jesus Tarango, the tribal chairman of Wilton Rancheria, the only federally recognized tribe here in Sacramento County. And I'm going to read a letter that I wrote to you guys earlier today. On behalf of the Wilton Rancheria, I respectfully submit this letter of support for Kevin Brown and his family. I was extremely troubled and disappointed to hear of the May 26th incident at John F. Kennedy High School. Learning that a teacher who has been trusted with care, guidance, and education of our children thought it was acceptable to put her hands on a student and threaten to cut his hair over an incomplete assignment shows a profound lack of understanding of not only the Native American culture, but also appropriate boundaries for all of our students. Within the Native community, our hair is a source of pride, deemed sacred. It is generally considered highly inappropriate and disrespectful for anyone to touch a boy's hair outside of the immediate family. The non-consensual cutting of our hair by non-Native people has been a painful reality of the California Native experience. This forceful and violent practice has been exercised by non-natives for hundreds of years, including at boarding schools in California and many other states, as part of the forced assimilation process used to strip our people of their identity and culture. Modernly, our boys grow their braids as a sign of respect for those ancestors who were stripped of that privilege. The traumatic effect this teacher's misplaced attempt at humor on a Native student cannot be overstated. However, as a community, we truly believe that something positive can come from this troubling event. We are calling for better education of teachers, faculty, and administrators regarding Native American culture. We call on you to use this opportunity to do some meaningful collaboration with our local community. And as my time runs out, I just want to say one word or a couple words: cultural competency. It must be taught of the first inhabitants of this great state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Next speaker.
Next group of speakers, Leticia Aguilar, Angelina Hinojosa, and Calvin Hedrick, who is recognized for 10 minutes, 5 speakers.
Sintamana, Winnawanan Kanima, Leticia Aguilar, Penellaville Pomo Nation, Native Sister Circle. I'm here to support our Native boys, especially Kevin, because my son was bullied for over a year. A whole year he was called a girl and taunted because he chose to honor his culture and wear his braid. And there was nothing done. No support, and I was even portrayed as an angry mom, all because I was trying to defend what we hold sacred. Kill the Indian, save the man is a term used to strip us of our culture. For generations, our people endured this, which includes cutting of the hair. From this to California bounties that were being placed on our people's heads by the government and compensated to the gold miners for each Indian scalp. It wasn't too long ago. We also cut our hair when we're in mourning. The re-traumatization must stop. Our Native students need to feel safe at school, as we need to close the gap of disparities and discrimination for our Native boys in particularly. If we want to increase graduation rates and success in Native populations, we need to make sure our students feel safe and have visibility in the classroom. No child should be threatened in any manner over incomplete schoolwork. This is a serious matter and another form of genocide, and that must stop. It is time to educate the educators and work together. I asked to make an example of this and have Nutran removed and policies be put in place to protect our Native students, as well as more trainings by this upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sintamana Winnawanan Kanima. My name is Angelina Hinojosa. I'm a tribal member of Penellaville Pomo Nation. To begin with, the braid for our boys is an important symbol of identity and transition in Native culture, and it is worn as a sign of respect for our ancestors and heritage. For our young boys, wearing a braid can also represent honoring our ancestors who couldn't. Our ancestors whose hair was forcibly cut by the white man society to fit us in their world. Whether it is one braid or multiple, the braid holds great significance for our Native people and is a powerful symbol for our culture and history. For a teacher to cut his hair or even threaten to would be stripping of pride of a young man. And that is cruel and unnecessary. Our boys deserve more respect and more recognition for why they grow their hair long. The staff need more cultural competence so our young Native kids in this district feel safe. And it is a big problem if we ask our brothers if they feel safe in a classroom or school. A setting and as Native boys, they say no. I would like for the teacher to be removed and a policy to be developed to keep us safer. along with being the last time this will ever happen, to protect our young boys, their pride, culture, and anything that comes with it, whether it's one braid or two. Thank you.
How you doing, sir?
Hasasaga. Nikiyam Kakan Calvin Hedrick. I am Mountain Maidu, and I am my community, my tribe is originally from the mountains of northeastern California. I currently live here in the Sacramento area with my wife and my children, and I am a community organizer with the California Native Vote Project, and I also run a small nonprofit, and we work with Native American youth called the Fifth Direction. I've been doing that for about 20-some years. This is something, of course, that it very much, it hurts. It hurts to hear that a young man in one of our school districts locally here was assaulted by a teacher by having his braid pulled, and the threat to have it cut off. You've heard from our community what this means. Something that you may not know is that our Native American youth suffer from suicide more than any other youth in the country. Our Native American youth have the lowest graduation rates, the highest dropout rates of any other community in the country. And as a community, our Native American community fights very, very hard every day to try to change that, to try to change those statistics so that our students are graduating, so that our students do not feel the need to take their life because of trauma, because of historical trauma that they suffer through. And yet, we still, in our school districts, have a 3rd and 4th grade California Indian curriculum that is not accurate. And it makes it so that our students don't always feel safe or feel comfortable, and sometimes do feel traumatized. It also means that sometimes our teachers don't know or understand or take the time to understand the importance of what many of the people today have talked about, and that is a young man growing his braid to, as a sign of respect to his community. We recently in town had a Boys with Braids event where we are, as a community, making sure that our young men who are choosing to grow their hair long feel supported, feel safe. And so many of those young people, from very, very small up to teenagers, stood up and said, I grow this from my grandparents, from my great-grandparents who couldn't. That's something that's really deep, very powerful, that these young people are taking this on for their community. And it's something that should be respected. And yet in our school districts today, we still have people who don't understand that. It's 2023. We shouldn't be standing here talking about this, and yet we still are. And so it's something that you have to know that our community is going to come forward, and we're no longer going to allow for this to happen to our young men, to our young women, to our young people. We're no longer, we cannot allow for this to happen to our community. We're so incredibly, incredibly proud, and I want to say this right now, of this young person who sits up there with you. This young person is very, very important to our community, as are the young men who stood up with their braids. I know personally, because my sons are growing their hair long, and my son had to deal with being misgendered in his first year in middle school. And it was very difficult, and he came home and said, I want to cut my hair. And to us, it really hits, because it is something that hurts us as a community. And we told him, cut your hair if you want to, but don't do it because somebody's telling you to. And he does grow his hair for his parents, for his grandparents, for his great-grandparents. I think that it's something that we definitely need to, as some people have talked about, there needs to be some cultural competency, cultural humility, some trainings that happen, because we see this all the time, and we know that other communities of color in our school districts are being better understood. But it is frustrating that these kinds of things happen. And this is not an isolated incident here in Sacramento area. We have just recently had a young person who was asked or was told that they would not be able to wear a feather during graduation. This is something that as a community we fought very hard for, to make sure that our young people could wear that feather during graduation. And yet still in our community, and this happened 5 years ago, still in our community we have teachers who don't know that. And so I definitely think that it's really important that the Sacramento City Unified School District listens to what's going on here, take it and have an understanding that maybe you don't know everything that you need to know about our community, and maybe you should try to develop some policy that you can have a better and deeper understanding. There are a lot of people in this room right now, some of the people who have already spoken, who can definitely come and would be willing to come and sit down and help this district to become better acquainted with our community, to develop a deeper understanding of some of these things. I know personally that a young man does not let anybody touch his hair except for his mother or his wife or a close family member. And so when somebody else touches their hair, it affects them. And so for this young man to immediately pick up his stuff and walk out of the classroom when that happened, that was the right thing to do. And then immediately call and say, "Mom, this happened." This is something that none of us want to hear. This is something that when I heard it, when I was called that day and they told me about this, this was something that it hurt, because it's like all the work that we continue to do, all the work that we're trying to do to sort of level the playing field so that you understand us and we understand you, sending our young people to become educated so that they could be in these positions. And yet still things like this can happen. I definitely think that it's something that you need to take some time to consider. We're not going away. This is the first time you're seeing us, not the last time. And we would definitely like to work with you. I really appreciate the two board members who sat and talked with us this morning. I think that was very, very important, and it shows some commitment that this school board is willing to sit and listen. I think that needs to happen. I think that the principal from this school should have reached out to the parent and made time for that parent right away. Should reach out and make time for a community right away, not send out last-minute messages when a letter goes out to people saying that we're going to show up here and that we're frustrated by this. So I know that I was given time, and I don't know that I'll be able to take up too much of it, but I definitely think that teachers like this, there needs to be she needs to be held accountable. She needs to know the way that we feel. Because I think teachers like this make really good teachers. And I know because my oldest son went to elementary school in Sac City Unified School District, and there are incredible, incredible teachers who do incredible work, who go above and beyond. And I think that this one teacher can make some of those other teachers look bad. Because when we see and people say, "Oh, those teachers are really bad in that district," I think that's a problem, and I think that it's something that you can definitely look at and try to change and work with our community, to have some cultural humility trainings for your teachers, reach out to the community for tribal consultation, and make a difference in the lives of the students, the Native American students in this district. And I definitely appreciate the time that was given to me. I'm going to yield the rest of my time, but I definitely thank you guys for allowing us to come here and talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Virginia Hedrick, Alexandra Russell, and Dunn Schultes. Denny Schultes.
My husband said I could have his time. Ayukui, Nakna, Virginia Hedrick, Shregon, Mewamechuk, Nekpulukla. Good afternoon. My name is Virginia Hedrick. I'm a member of the Yurok tribe and the executive director of the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health. We do policy advocacy on behalf of California's urban Indian organizations, where nearly 1.4 million American Indian and Alaska Natives live in the state of California, and almost 90% live in an urban environment. I want to call out that the incident that happened on May 26 is a hate crime and should be treated as such. 1 in 3 American Indian youth in middle school and high school experience chronic sadness and hopelessness. This number rises to 1 in 2 by the time they reach the 11th grade. 1 in 5 have considered suicide. And in 2019, pre-pandemic, suicide was the second leading cause of death for American Indians and Alaska Natives ages 10 to 34. Ages 10 to 34. The suspension rate of American Indian and Alaska Native youth is 2 times that of all other students. And our youth are 2 times more likely to be arrested in a California public school compared to all other students. 22% of our students are missing 10% or more of the academic year, and it's because incidents like this are not isolated. They don't occur in a vacuum, and they don't just randomly occur. In community meetings, as we've discussed this, we've talked about how brave it was that this young man called this behavior out, that he felt comfortable calling his mother, because we have students who don't, and don't always have homes or parents who are going to be able to pick this up. Sac City Unified has an opportunity to work towards addressing these poor health outcomes and setting a standard. This is the capital city. You all have a real opportunity here to make some major movement that could set a platform for the rest of the state. It's not enough to be a zero-tolerance space as a hate crime. We must work towards being anti-racist to Indian people. And for some reason, this has been a more difficult concept than other vulnerable communities. So we invite you to continue to work with communities through tribal consultation, cultural humility, as an ongoing, lifelong process. Cultural humility is not cultural competency. It's not something that's just achieved in a box that's checked and moved on. It's something we continuously have to work towards. It's an education system that has to be continually in a space of to be humble and to be in a place of learning. So I thank you for taking my public comment, and I thank the community for being here tonight. Waklau.
Next speaker.
Good evening.
Hello.
My name is Alexandria Rasson, and I'm an active parent on the Sacramento Unified School District Indian Education Program here. I'm also a mother, grandmother, auntie, and an elder in my community, a role I take very important. Just last week, I was in this room. I was with many families celebrating our children in a good way, celebrating their promotion and graduation. I cannot believe that I'm here today speaking to you on another matter. I'm a woman of many words, but today I was really lost because I remember being a little girl going to the school with my mother in the 60s for almost the same thing. And she didn't think she had a voice. So I'm here standing for her and all of my nephews, my sons, and my grandsons. It's very important that you relook and educate yourself. We're all here to help you. And I just can't believe that I'm here standing, and I hope this will be the last time. I work with many of the youth, many of my brothers and sisters here. We're trying to break the stigma of mental health. We're trying to prevent suicide, drug and alcohol in our community. Triggers, trauma can bring that on, and trauma triggers happened today when I was just thinking about my mother and my brothers. We are here. Please let us help promote our culture and educate you in a good way. A couple years ago, my grandson asked me if my ancestors were to come to me and ask me what have I been doing, what would I say? And I'm asking you, if our ancestors were here, asking you what changes will you make? Please think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zero already.
I think they'll start when she starts speaking, sir.
Oh, when I speak? Okay.
Sir.
Oh, yeah, Denny. My name is Denny. I'm Wintu, Puyallup, and Chinook. So you heard a lot from the community, heartfelt. There's a lot of history. As Native people, we always tend to feel the need to educate non-Indians about who we are. Now, you heard different tribes. How many tribes are there really in California? You probably never heard of some of these tribes. And that's how we identify ourselves. It's very important that we know our clan, our people, our land, our ceremonies and such. So I met this young man just right now and his mother. I haven't known him before, but I came here to give words of support and say the struggles that he has is not just his. It's just that he had the heart good enough to take the right choice. I talked to a brother earlier today. He said, lucky it wasn't me, I would have punched her. And I said, that might not be the best choice. So I want to give kudos to the young man and his stalwartness to take it to this level and get the community involved. And appreciate those folks who had an ear for Calvin and listened to that in the time that you gave him. I just want to share a couple stories real quick, because everyone said a lot of things already. Last Indian scalp, just about 120 years ago, paid by the state of California. Might not have known that. When did Indian boarding schools stop? Was it my parents, my grandparents? Some of these elders here, their parents were in Indian boarding schools. My grandma, first thing they did, took her clothes. Second thing, cut her hair. She ran away the furthest part of the reservation she could, and she saved herself. But things happened because of that. So I might be dating myself, but the one flew over the cuckoo's nest. Who's the Blackfoot guy again? Yeah. He used to wear Indian, you can tell he's Indian, straight up, Native American. You can't deny that. And he used to wear his Indian bling. Someone asked him, why you do that? He goes, because they're going to try to make me forget who I am. So 2 or 3 more stories real quick, if you don't mind. I was not offered 2 jobs because I had my hair down to my waist. That was UPS and Southgate Parks and Rec when I was at Mills Middle School. Ended up with a fat lip one day because my sister had embroidered some Indian design on the back of my shirt, and these 2 non-Indians didn't like it. They were going to try to burn it on my back. And luckily, a little Italian guy came in between the 2 of us. We took care of business. So when I became a physician, I'm a family physician working in the community quite a number of years. I was the 6th California Indian to become physician. It should not make a difference that I carry title or not. But, and we participate in our ceremonies. And as the one young lady said, there's reasons, right? I share this because this is the educational part. You should be down to waist. My uncle passed, so this is what we do. And you heard a lot of education here today. I hope you take it to heart and incorporate that. Well,
thank you, sir.
Next group of speakers, Melissa Iniguez, Cha Vang, and Nancy Shong.
You're good to go.
Guatsi Hopa. My name is Melissa. I'm Acoma Pueblo from New Mexico. I've been here for 23 years. I actually work for the district, and I came to speak on this. This is my nephew that this happened to, but also it's happened to my own children, my 2 boys that I have. They had their kids at the schools touch their hair that they had wanted their. They cut their hair because they didn't want people to be touching their hair. So for me, I wish that we can come together as a community and educate teachers, because it's unfair that we're losing our traditions, we're losing our culture and our language. And being Native American, I want my children to continue our traditions because we're losing that. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board Member Rose, and Board Trustees. My name is Cha Vang. I am a community member and a proud product of Sac City Unified School District. I'm also the interim ED of AAPI Specific Empowerment Education Fund, and we are partners of the California Native Vote Project. It's great to see many of you. It's been quite a long time, and even though it's an unfortunate incident that I'm here today, but as an alumni of JFK, I stand in solidarity in support of our Native American families and communities and demanding accountability for this incident. I'm calling on the leadership of the board to bring in and consult with Native American communities to provide to prevent future incidents and addressing this current current incident. For a district that who first led in adoption and implementation of ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, I hope that this issue is dealt in a satisfying way for the Native American community, and I look to your leadership for further work with the community and making sure that this does not happen again. Our students should feel safe to go to school and be in their full self, so look to your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Board President Rhodes, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the Sacramento City Unified School Board. My name is Nancy Zhang, and I'm the Executive Director for Hmong Innovating Politics, a grassroots organization committed to advancing social justice and building power with Hmong youth and families through leadership development and multi-generational community organizing. I am here tonight to stand in solidarity with our Native American siblings in demanding attention, accountability, and resolution. The horrific assault on Native American student by a teacher at Kennedy High School, which I only live a mile away from, is appalling and warrants immediate action by the superintendent and school officials. As a Hmong American, I will never truly understand the harm that occurred to this young person and their entire family. But as a Hmong American who came of age in a public school system I can emphasize and know what it feels like to have teachers ignore my identity and dehumanize my cultural roots. At HIP, our young people continue to emphasize the importance of them needing to feel a deep sense of belonging to community and how that impacts their mental health. They spend over 35 hours a week at school. We need and should do better. This incident represents a systematic intolerance and ignorance of challenges students of color, and in particular, Native, Black, and immigrant students face on a daily basis. We join in our community allies in demanding accountability and that the district needs to do more to address the systemic racial ignorance that exists. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Rhodes, we have many more public comments, but we have 4 more on this topic.
Okay.
So the next group of speakers, Jonathan Tran, followed by Gemma Benton, then J.A. Porras, and Raquel Williams.
Thank you. Good day, sir.
Good evening, Board President Rhodes and members of the Sacramento City Unified School Board. First of all, I just want to address Mr. Brown and the entire Brown family, just to express my heartfelt empathy for everything you've endured and the courage for standing up today. As my partner, Ms. Zhang described, we literally did live down the street from JFK. And if it's any consolation, I just want to say, you belong, you have a community that will support you, and you have neighbors down the street that will stand with you in the fight for your justice. To the board, I'm incredibly encouraged that you all took the time to meet with the Native American community already, and I think that dialogue is absolutely critical in making sure that healing takes place. But we all know that actions are infinitely more impactful. So in addition to holding the teacher accountable, which is the baseline, we hope this ignorant hate incident really works to ensure that it never happens again. So everything from establishing the most rigorous ethnic studies curriculum in the entire country, to renaming schools in an effort to promote anti-racism, to deeply investing in Native American programs and community organizations and partnerships with schools. We think these are the pathways to healing. And of course, we know that the board and administrators can't do that alone, so we urge our friends at SCTA in joining us in the effort to ensure vital training happens with tribal consultation. I'll wrap things up by saying that it's not lost on me that the teacher involved in this incident is an Asian American. What I hope it shows is that this hate crime demonstrates that even though that we are people that have suffered and we are, as people of color, have endured systemic racism, we too have the capacity for racism and white supremacy if we do not deeply root ourselves in our own histories and and connect in the shared struggle. So in solidarity, I hope the board administrators continue to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is J.A. Porras. I'm here on behalf of Jasol Amaru Porras, who was pushed out of this school system for many reasons related to his Afro-Indigenous self and presentation as a young person in the school district, and was forced to actually decide whether to sit out of school for 30 days and or to return. And he could return if he didn't take the high school equivalency exam and just test out early like the rest of his friends, because the teachers couldn't figure out a way how to reach him. But they could all access his wonderful abilities like Liam's here to be the communication amongst young people and the link to hold a classroom to attending school during COVID. But had to be forced to find a way to graduate on his own because the teachers did not have the support to guide him in a way that he needed to be guided. And his relation here today, who has also been forced in a way of an assault on his person, on his body, with his relatives and his connection to his ancestors, I want you all to hold that person accountable and hold yourselves accountable to righting that wrong by creating a scholarship in this young man's name, by changing the name of the school to this young man's name, by learning how to be not only present as a part of a solution, but to be the one to let the young people guide what that young solution looks like, that new solution looks like. Also here as a parent, as an uncle and as an auntie to Jojo Sid Porras and to Anala Sid Porras, who are David Lubin, who deal with this constantly. My nephew was bullied every single day. He's a young Chicano Yaqui. I am young Chicana and Coahuilteca, and this young man was forced to also cut his hair.
My name is Jocelyn Porras, and I'm also here representing my son, Ezekiel, also going to be entering middle school. He also has long hair. He's also been mistreated, called girl several times. So I'm on very disrespected. As a mother, I'm here to, as a mother, I'm here to support all of the children, not just my son. So I would like for you all to share that as well. If you have children, even if you don't have children, just remember what those days were like back in the school when you needed help and people weren't there to help you. So please remember that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Last speaker, I believe, on this topic is Raquel Williams.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here and, coming in late. As I stand here today, I wanted for you guys to see the visual. When our children go to school, it's not just them. It's all of us. It's the whole community. It's their teachings. It's their well-being. They bring everybody with them on a day-to-day. So if you had to pack around 300 people that are in this room every day, you would be tired, right? But at the same time, also to be reminded of these seats that are open, because these are the spirits not only of that boy, but also of his family and our families too. And so I know all of you have listened to all of these heavy things that have been said and these beautiful statistics, whether they're good or they're not, they're still beautiful because you have a chance to learn from them and you have a chance to do something with them. And I understand that this is something sometimes people don't understand, and that's okay. But here's your chance. All of you sit in these seats, and these are beautiful seats that you guys sit in because you guys can make a difference and you guys can make a change. And not only do you guys sit in these beautiful seats of great responsibility and obligation, but now you inherit those obligations to do right by our children and create these beautiful spaces of learning for all of our children.
And we all know that sometimes it's, oh, well, it's just the Indians, or it's just the Eastern people, or it's just the African American students. No, no, no. We all come from a people. We all come from traditions. We all have obligations and responsibilities that we uphold every day. So be mindful when you're making these decisions. Be mindful when you're creating these policies, and be mindful that change needs to happen, not just for us, but for all of us. Create a sense of equity amongst us all so our children can have a safe space to live, have a safe space to grow, and also have a safe space to learn, because guess what? We leave this earth with them. We leave this space with them. So let's create a space for them to be their best.
Thank you. Superintendent, before we go to the next person, Superintendent, go ahead.
Thank you very much, President Rhodes. I first just want to take a moment here to address this incident that occurred at Kennedy High School. First, let me just start by saying how profoundly disappointed I was to learn about this incident. It was inexcusable and should have never happened to you, Mr. Brown. We are a richly diverse district in Sac City Unified, and we should continue to take pride in being a welcoming and inclusive district, and respect for culture and identity are central to our goal of creating a safe and inclusive school climate for everyone. But we failed you in demonstrating that commitment. We are in the process of reviewing this abhorrent incident and our policies and training around appropriate boundaries for respect of culture, beliefs, and traditions. We're fortunate to have district staff in Sac City Unified that will guide us and address this matter, and I will seek, among others, Ms. Prairie Chicken's counsel, as well as counsel from others, including many of you here this evening. But the first priority for us will be to finalize the scheduling of an immediate meeting with Mr. Brown's family to listen, understand, and address their concerns, and rebuild our relationship with them and our entire Native American community. I've directed our instructional assistant superintendent and our HR director, who are just here to my right, to your left, to meet with you in a few minutes as soon as you're available, and schedule that meeting immediately. And of course, I want to thank everybody who took some time this evening to address us as public commenters.
Thank you, Superintendent, and the board also supports that, and we look forward to having conversation with the community in solidarity, move forward from these issues and to better reverence the culture and have our teachers and our community also give the same respects. So thank you guys for being here tonight. Very much appreciated. Moving on to our next speakers as well.
The next speaker is Kristen Wilson, and two other people have given her their time, so she is recognized for 6 minutes.
Okay.
Good evening. I probably won't need all 6 minutes. My name is Kristen Wilson, and I'm the special day class language emphasis teacher at Theodore Judah Elementary School. My teaching experience includes 15 years as an SDC teacher, 3 years as an RSP aide, and 8 years as a classroom volunteer working with small groups of students. I was recently told by my principal that my class would be closing. As of now, there's no specific plan for my current 5th grade students for next year. I implore you to keep our SDC classes intact as our students with disabilities thrive in a calm and engaging classroom. My students' parents and I have witnessed the heartfelt transformation and progress of our students. Students are given the structure and accommodations they need to succeed, and their parents notice their significant academic and social emotional improvements, the parents often telling me for the first time that their child loves to come to school. I invite you to visit our classroom to see my students' joy and productivity in action and to witness the structure and rigor in our academics. If I had one word to describe my students' emotions, it would be the word happy. The second would be confident. The character trait would be perseverance. Examples include a student coming from general ed with selective mutism who now eagerly participates in our class discussions, and all of his grades have improved. Another student who entered my class in the 5th grade reading at a kindergarten level is now promoting from the 6th grade, reading at an independent 4th grade level, his comprehension and vocabulary improving dramatically. These are just 2 of many student successes over the years. Please keep our SDC classes intact. My current SDC LE class at Theodore Judah vertically aligns with Sutter Middle School's SDC 7th and 8th classes. It doesn't make sense to close a school at the elementary level that will help students succeed in middle school and high school. Grades 4, 5, and 6 are critical developmental years, and students with mild to moderate disabilities are on the cusp of increasing their reading, writing, math, and social emotional skills that will set them up for success in the higher grades. If we lose them during this critical time, they likely will not make up these important academic and social emotional skills in middle school and high school. Also important, the placement of SDC classes within the Theodore Judah East Sacramento community adds real diversity to our campus and to all the students within our community. The bonds of friendship and empathy developed in elementary school are carried with them to middle school. SDC classes are productive learning environments, and they are the key to our students' self-confidence and academic success. I ask our district and special education leaders to continue to give our precious students the learning environment that provides the greatest opportunity for their continued success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Crystal Vang, followed by Jim Riffle, and then Deborah Durazo.
Hello, Ms. Vang. Miss Vang? Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen and board members. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Crystal Vang. I am one of the office technicians in the special education department here at the district office. Tonight, I wish to bring the topic to your attention, and that is the new wage agreement for SCUSD classified employees. I have been working for Sacramento City Unified School District since the year 2000. And that tells you that I have dedicated almost my entire professional life with SCUSD. Being loyal and dedicated this much to Sac City Unified and getting paid with a very tiny salary is not enough to pay for a one-bedroom apartment, and that is very hurtful. Since the beginning of 2022, the cost of living has jumped so high and faster than a rocket to the moon. It makes it very hard to survive with the salary that we are being paid. Let me share a secret with you. I often feel like I have no choice but to live in the backseat of my car because my salary is not enough to pay for my rent. And if I had to choose to pay for food and rent, I would rather pay for food because I do not want to die of hunger. And that's why I had no choice but to live in the backseat of my car because of my tiny salary. Thank you. I wish to say this to you. Please, and I am talking to each one of you, please look into your heart and tell yourself that you are a good person who cares about other people and who would not hesitate to approve the new wage agreement for a hard worker like myself with any hesitation. Thank you and good night.
Next speaker.
This is a visual.
Oh, okay. So I was like, who are you bringing the chair for? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jim Riffle. I understand you have a contract to beautify the schools with murals. Wonderful. My school has 3 murals that have been painted by local artists, friends of the school. Didn't cost a whole bunch of money. Cost maybe $150, $200. There's no need to hire outside artists to come for an exorbitant amount of money and beautify schools. What we do need are tables and chairs that our students can sit on and work at. This is one of the chairs that we had to take out of service this year because kids got caught in a piece of metal on here. And we can't afford to buy new chairs for all the students. Year 2000, we had a major renovation of the school. The chairs we had were old at that time. 23 years later, we still have, sorry to say, crappy chairs and desks for our students to learn with. They could learn a lot better if they weren't getting their buns pierced and they need decent chairs. Let's spend the money instead on not creature comforts, but necessary comforts for the children. Don't bother beautifying the schools if the children are in pain in the schools. Thank you.
My time?
Once you start talking, it will go.
Okay. Hi, good evening, President Rhodes, Mr. Aguilar, board members, good evening. I'm Deborah Durazo. I, too, am just like Jim, coming here to talk about the equipment in our schools. We have several murals painted by students, several beautiful artwork that was presented, painted by our students that, again, also cost a minimum. But students are sitting in chairs, desks, that they are very tight, very small. Unfortunately, I could not bring one. My back is hurting today. But they're very small. I can barely sit in one. We have students larger than me. So it's very difficult. They're also old. Staff comes into my office constantly telling me that their jeans have ripped, their skirts have ripped. Young ladies, their hair is pulled constantly. They have eventually learned to just wear their hair up in buns. So it's very difficult for students to sit in the classroom when they're sitting uncomfortably, being able to concentrate, being able to learn. Yes, the artwork on the walls of these schools and in the communities looks amazing. It's beautiful. I am not against the artwork, nor am I against spending the money on the artwork. But students drive into school, they see it for 30 seconds, walk into classroom, and they spend 6 hours in the classroom. Walk out of the classroom, look at the walls for 30 seconds, get in their car and go home. Are they truly enjoying it? Do they understand what it's there for? They know what a chair is there for. It's for them to sit on comfortably and listen to their teacher, learn their lesson throughout the day. So please, I ask you, stop telling us what we need and ask us instead what we would like to see in our schools. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Frida Narb, followed by Alma Garcia, and then Valerie Williams Crawford.
Okay, Ms. Narb. Hello.
Hello, elected officials. I am happy to be here and I'm thankful for your time. I am here to talk to you all about the Cap City Independent Study Program. As of now, it is you call it a visual synchronous that you guys are considering to take away from the program. And I am here to ask that you keep it intact because it obviously is a program that's working with the visual synchronous included. And I think that it's viable to have the visual aspect of the program for the students. My daughter is second grade and this is her second year with the program, and I think that it's working. So I'm asking that you not remove it. I'm understanding that the possibility, if you remove it, would be to have daily instruction, as that meaning that the kids would come for instruction every day. And that's just not doable. I think for not just myself, but for most of the parents in the program, it would defeat the purpose of an independent study, of the independent study. And so, like I said, I'm just here to ask that you guys keep it intact as it is now. And I want to make sure I got everything. Yeah, like I'm saying, just keep it intact if possible, because I feel that each student, each child learns differently. And I see them thriving because, like I said, this is a second year with the program. Well, my daughter, it's the second year that the program has existed. And I feel that it's working. Many other parents feel that it's working. I've reached out to all of you, and I look forward to hearing back from all of you soon. And I think that's about it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Hello.
Buenas noches. Gracias por la oportunidad
Thank you for the opportunity
de poder expresarme.
to express myself.
Yo soy madre participante del programa de paz.
I'm a mother that participated in the PASS program.
Yo tengo 3 hijos.
I had 3 children.
2 de ellos estudian en la escuela McClatchy
2 of them study in McClatchy High School,
y la más pequeña en la escuela California Middle School.
and the little one in the California Middle School.
Pues yo estoy aquí porque estoy preocupada,
I'm here because I'm worried,
porque siento que nuestras escuelas no tienen el suficiente personal.
because I feel that our school doesn't have enough personnel.
Por ejemplo,
As a sample,
siento que falta personal que ayude a nuestros maestros
I feel that they need personnel that assist our teachers
en el control de los conflictos
to control the conflict between students
de nuestros adolescentes.
as for our adolescents.
También yo he enfrentado el problema de la consejería.
Also, I confront problem with the counseling.
Mis niños, para que les den una cita, tardan mucho.
When I ask for appointment for my children, it take long time.
Otra preocupación también es acerca de los maestros suplentes.
Also, I worry about the substitute teachers.
Siento que los maestros suplentes no dan continuidad.
I felt that the substitute teacher doesn't continue the curriculum
A la enseñanza de los alumnos.
to teach the children.
Y siento que por ese motivo se pueden retrasar.
And I felt for that reason they get behind.
Yo estoy preocupada porque nuestros niños alcancen sus estándares.
I'm very worried that our students reach their standard.
Y pues, más que nada, estos son los motivos que me traen aquí. Les agradezco muchísimo su atención.
And this is part of the reason I'm here, and I really appreciate your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, President Rhodes, and the board. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm here to represent a group called PASS, and that is Parents Advocating for Student Success. If you've never heard of us, we've been rigorously for the last 2 years building up our group and training, and Superintendent Aguilar has been very helpful for us to understand where our power lies. But we're here to get our power back as parents. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. We're hoping that we can add safety to the schools. Our children at the high school level and possibly the middle school and the elementary school level are in danger at our schools, as you know. My sons in particular, I've been hearing about the special education teachers. We haven't had an English teacher the entire year. We're getting calls for compensatory education. I'm sure maybe you're aware. Inside of this compensatory education, there's 50 hours that they've come up with. We don't understand where that 50 hours is. Our compensatory education is continuing in their current freshman year of high school. Their aid company quit him, my son. He was punched in the face with no consequences for the person that assaulted him. We're having a very difficult time. We've been moved into the home to go to school to access Google Classroom because we cannot weather the storm of the dangers at the school. Not to be overdramatic, but it's dangerous. So I'm hoping that we can restore safety, that we can restore hope in our high school students so that they can move on to college and not have this, phew, I get out of here feeling. Because high school is the point where you transition to adulthood and your society. You know, that's where it's at. This is where you get your programs, your scholarships. This is where you blossom. So here at PASS, we're asking for parents to be able to be welcomed in the schools, for our fingerprinting process to be streamlined to where we can get to our students, and a partnership with PASS, if at all possible, to be able to protect our students and help them go through the mental strain of being a high schooler or in these schools at this time. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Bless.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Andrea Charno, recognized for 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I know her. Hello.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Charno, and I've had the honor of working at Megatata Floyd for the last 9 years as yard duty. I love my job there. I've been living in that community for the last almost 20 years. I'm also a member of PASS. I've learned a lot from them, but I'm feeling at my school, and I'm hearing this from my principal. We have 3 yard duties, okay, and our students, we need more than that. But my principal tells me that there's no money for us to hire any people. I've been working there for 9 years, like I said, and I've had 3. There's only 3 yard duties there, and our children need more adults on the playground. And I'm tired of, this will be my 10th year coming up, and I need more help on the playground. I'm in the hallways. We have 4 hallways. I'm in the hallways. I'm doing 2 bathrooms, and it's pretty much I'm by myself, and my other coworker is on the playground. We need more people, but I am told that there's no money for our school to hire anybody. So I ask you could look into that, and we need more yard supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Martha Pulido, and Martha is recognized for 8 minutes.
Hello, Martha. Hello.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Marta Pulido, and I'm a parent of students of 2 students, a 3rd grader and a kindergartner at Edward Kimball. And behind me are parents that are also Edward Kimball parents. Their children that we are all part of the dual immersion program. And also I am a member of the PASS, which is a program that empowers parents to advocate for their children's rights. My children, we all are part of Chinoa's area, and we know Chinoa because his daughter is in the same grade as our kids. And we are here because we want to support 2 proposals that are in the budget. Our third graders during the beginning of the year had, we have two classes. We have an English class and we have a Spanish class. At the beginning of the year, our English teacher was not able to start with our children because she was on maternity leave. Unfortunately, that kept on getting extended, so we kept on getting substitutes, and we didn't see the same rigor as we were accustomed since kindergarten to in our third grade, in their third year. So we were very disappointed, and we took it on ourselves to ask for help because we noticed that our children were falling behind. And now that we see that this proposal is asking for qualified teachers to actually, so they wouldn't pass through the same thing that our children pass through. So we wanted to have you guys support this measure because we noticed the impact that it had on our children. We noticed them that they were not learning. My son did not want to go to school anymore because he didn't have that consistency. He went through pandemic, he started kindergarten, pandemic started. So he hasn't had they haven't had a regular school year since they started kindergarten. And this year with no teacher, first no English teacher, and then in November, our Spanish teacher had an accident and she also left. So they haven't had a stable teacher since the beginning of the school year. So we know if there was someone that was actually there with our children that has the capacity to actually teach them the program, we would have noticed that a lot more growth in them, and we didn't see that. Many of the parents were ready to take out their children because we didn't have the actual staff that we needed, and we were very disappointed. Thankfully, we came and we advocated for our children, and we did get a substitute that is there, and our English teacher has come back, so they have some stability, but it was a couple months where they didn't have that stability. So we really needed that for them. And another thing is we are also here because we also want to say that we support the dual immersion program. Many of our parents in the dual immersion program in Spanish at Edward Kimball and Cesar Chavez, many of them are not English speakers. You know, we teach our children, we all want our children to learn English, but we also want them to keep our native language. And we want them to have that for them. And because we don't want to lose that connection, right? And me being a bilingual speaker, I've noticed that thankfully I am able to make that connection between the parents. I hear their stories and I'm able to make that connection and tell it to people that don't speak English. I'm here right now. All these people right here, they don't feel comfortable speaking in English, but I know their stories because I've been with them since kindergarten. You know, we've been together. We're parents that we've been together since kindergarten for our third graders. So we've been together for 4 years. We know each other's struggles and we know our stories. So now we're here to we want our children to be those people for other people too, to help create that link between those that don't speak Spanish, that don't speak English, and create links for other people too. So we would like for you guys to support both of these proposals because we see the benefits. Okay. Anything else? No? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speakers?
No more public comment.
Okay. So we're going to item 8.0 communications, 8.1 employee organization report, SCTA.
Good evening.
Good evening.
David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. So for about 5 years now, we've been trying to hold a meeting to discuss in depth the district's budget and how it relates to our collective bargaining agreement and just about everything else in the district. For 5 years, the superintendent has done everything it could to avoid participating in that meeting, including even rejecting requests from State Superintendent of Public Instruction to meet on the third day of our strike last spring. Previous school boards both enabled and supported the superintendent's refusal to meet. Fortunately, majority of the school board is willing to do the job the voters elected them to do. which is to provide direction to the district and to hold their employee accountable. After 5 years, last night, we finally held the budget discussion. We want to express our appreciation to the majority of the board for making that happen. Several notable items were clarified about the Sac City budget. First and foremost, superintendent and district budget staff acknowledged that the district does not have a history of deficit spending. Repeat, the district does not have a history of deficit spending. After several years of misleading the public with the full support of the Sacramento County Office of Education, the superintendent and chief business officer confirmed that going back to 2012-13, the district has run surpluses in 10 of the last 11 years. What the district does have, however, is a history of projecting deficits, only to be wrong in their projections year after year. The superintendent and staff committed to making accurate statements about the district's actual budget performance, which has no history of deficit spending. As we pointed out in the comprehensive presentation to the board this last January, compared to surrounding districts, Sac City's budget projections have been wildly inaccurate. Second, the draft budget that will be presented tonight warrants fuller explanation on a number of different matters. For example, the staff is not making a recommendation on how the reserve fund that exceeds the 10% cap will be spent or committed, even though the decision should be included in the budget. Many may remember that when the new board was sworn in December, Mr. Aguilar had no hesitation in moving forward with his recommendation to keep those tens of millions of dollars in the reserve fund, rather than spend them on the students. Majority of the board squashed that move. But Mr. Aguilar makes no effort in this budget presentation tonight to initiate discussion on where those dollars should be allocated. We learned yesterday that he intends to wait until the next school board meeting, the last possible opportunity to have input on the 23-24 initial budget, meaning that neither the board nor the public will have more than a few minutes to determine where these funds should be spent. We also learned that despite a commitment from Mr. Aguilar that he would be transparent about his own spending priorities that are contained in the budget, the document presented on the board appears purposefully designed to confuse and mislead. In our meeting yesterday, Mr. Aguilar reaffirmed that despite his purported commitment to equity and giving all students a chance to succeed, he continues to put a higher value on hoarding district resources in his pre-funding of retiree health benefits. Most districts pay for retiree health benefits on a pay-as-you-go basis. A smaller number have created a trust fund to put additional money aside. And then there's Sac City. At the same time, Mr. Aguilar and Sacramento County Office of Education have been inaccurately telling our community that the district had a history of deficit spending and was on the verge of fiscal insolvency. The district has been allocated approximately $8 million per year in ongoing district funds to other employee benefits, other retiree health benefits, over and above contributions already required to add to a third district reserve fund. That trust fund has now $130 million in it. Resources the district is likely never to touch. Now, I know it's kind of hard sometimes in the weeds to figure this out, but as you look at a family budget, it'd be like pre-funding your mortgage that you can pay every month and continuing to put extra money towards that before you can even feed and clothe your kids. First, that'd be the last thing you want to do with your money. You need to take care of the basics first, because that's $8 million per year that could be spent directly on improving services to students without in any way jeopardizing the ability to pay for retiree health insurance. It's something the district has been doing for years, but that the school district has never presented an opportunity to weigh in on in a policy decision. The superintendent committed to transparency on this issue in his budgeting process, but the document presented to the board provides no information and no transparency on this issue. Is the board prepared to say that it's more important to continue to place money in yet another reserve fund locked away from the students where they can never be spent on them when there are so many more pressing student needs? Notably absent in tonight's 23-24 budget proposal are any of the so-called investment options that the Cerna Center spent a considerable amount of time at 2 board meetings presenting. Why? The district administrators present options developed in the bubble of the Cerna Center with no context and no input for staff or even board members. Nobody is able to see any of it until minutes before it's presented. Time's wasted discussing it at board meetings, and then none of it even makes it into the budget. It's not a way to create a budget, and it's not a way to run a district. Additionally, as you heard tonight from a parent, yesterday we learned the district has has taken no steps to create a virtual academy in order to provide services to students and parents who have determined that it's the best learning environment for their child. It was only last year that 571 students received no instruction for the entire school year because of the district's failure to staff Cap City Independent Study. And now that Cap City has been fully staffed, the district is cutting the virtual instruction offered through Cap City. Mr. Aguilar's response? He'll look into it. Meanwhile, parents only started receiving emails this week that this option will not be available to classes when they resume next August. Based on the parents who are reaching out to us, nobody had any idea that this change was coming. We also learned that contrary to state law, the district has been using $25 million in grants from the state of California related to community schools to unlawfully supplant funding that is already in place for current programs. In documents the district submitted under Mr. Aguilar's signature to PERB, he has affirmed in writing that the community schools grants will not be used to introduce any new programs, but rather to replace one funding source with the grant money, which is exactly the definition of supplanting. We also learned that once again, Mr. Aguilar appears to be fully prepared to violate our agreement and expose the district to millions of dollars in liability by subcontracting educators' work to outside contractors. We have continually notified the superintendent that we will work with the district to ensure that the students get the services they need, even if that means using outside contractors, but it should only be done as last resort with clear enforceable guidelines around it. Unfortunately, superintendent continues to violate our contract. He continues to try to slip in significant policy decisions through the consent agenda. The consent agenda is designed to approve non-controversial items. Subcontracting $29.4 million in work to outside contractors in violation of our contract is hardly non-controversial, and we respectfully request that this item be pulled from the agenda. Finally, we learned that despite being one of the strongest financial positions of any district in the region, even after the superintendent walked away from negotiations to add school days back when the superintendent closed schools during the strike, a strike he forced after telling the community that the teachers didn't agree to a $10,000 cut in compensation for every teacher, the district would go into insolvency. SCOE intends to extend this oversight to the district into next year. Voters elected the school board to direct the district, not Dave Gordon and SCOE. SCOE has sat side by side with the superintendent through all the wildly inaccurate budget projections, the missing 5 schools, the purchase of $6 million in useless air filters, unnecessary layoffs, and wage freezes, while the superintendent gets a raise after raise and more. While Mr. Aguilar claimed that he opposed SCOE's oversight, calling it, quote, disempowering, he does not appear to challenge the Sacramento County Office of Education inappropriate interference in Sac City's affairs, which, by the way, costs Sac City at least $250,000 or more every year for their part-time fiscal advisor. If Mr. Gordon and SCOE persist, Sac City has a right to appeal the decision. In the past, the superintendent failed to inform the board of this option, but the board is now fully aware of this option. Our meeting was a serious and detailed look into the district's budget and may have been a little uncomfortable, but oftentimes it's necessary to have those difficult conversations to make change. We appreciate the majority of this board who have accepted that responsibility that the voters have entrusted in them. Thank you.
Next group, SEIU. SEIU? Wagwan, Harvey.
Hi, Chinua. We are going to take the report for Carla Fawcett today because Carla is away on vacation. We're going to do it as a group. There are 3 quick items that I want to bring to the board's attention. One, the board has in front of it sunshine of the district's initial proposal dated for today, June 8th. If you pay attention to the detail there, this is regarding reopener negotiations with SEIU 10-1 for the term of July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. This is outrageous, and it has happened on this board's watch. You are accountable for this, as are district officials, not least the superintendent himself, and he should be held accountable for this. How is it that contract negotiations that should have proceeded in the fall of last year is being sunshined today with barely 3 weeks left for the school year to come to an end. One. Two, we have long-standing pending reclass that many of you are aware of. That is still to be resolved. And that squarely lies, again, on the superintendent's desk and the director of human resources. As of last Friday, when I spoke to her, she promised to work on it on Monday. Today is a Thursday. I'm yet to hear anything from her. And the proposals that she's made are not only, I'll say it in open comment, they are regressive and they're a violation of the CBA. I advised her to consult with legal counsel before proceeding in any manner to try and push the latest draft. We have not heard anything from that. And finally, we've just become aware that the school board is now moving ahead with a school calendar that doesn't recognize Juneteenth. This is outrageous. I mean, Dixon Unified School District, just down the road, has recognized Juneteenth. I really ask the board to reconsider.
How you doing? My name is Akbar. I'm the vice president of SEIU 1021. And I mean, not honoring Juneteenth is just a slap in the face. It's not a condition of bargaining. We're going back to 1863, right? The Emancipation Proclamation. So that's when we actually negotiated. That was the negotiations. And then it didn't happen for 2.5 years, right? So June 19th. And now we're in a situation where we're going to have to bargain this. No, this is not something that's a condition of bargaining. This is something that should be honored because years we've died, the years that we suffered, lynched, and were killed for. So now we want to sit down at a table and talk about, hey, let's remember this day and let's take it off the calendar and let's teach our students what happened. Come on, board. Let's recognize that. All right, I'm standing before you as a black man. My family is in Kentucky and the south side of Chicago, right? So we done been there, been through it, and still going through it today. So let's not sit somewhere and negotiate enslavement at all. Let's talk about it going forward and let's work forward together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have, is TCS, Teamsters, or UPE in the building? Okay. We're going to move on to item 8.2. Any of the district advisory committees, the CAC, are they in the building? Hello.
Good evening, Superintendent, Chairman Rhodes, Board. I'm Sarah Williams Kingsley. I'm a member at large of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. I've been serving on the committee for 5 years. I was asked to present tonight to share with you what we've been working on this year. The committee has reconstituted itself this year from scratch, and so we've got some new members. We made presentations to our membership about services for autistic students, the transportation problems that were plaguing the special ed department in the fall, community resources for parents, dyslexia, and educationally related mental health services, all of which were really responded to by our community with a lot of thanks and hope that we could get better answers on how each of those things is working in the district from staff. And one of the things that our chairperson, Renee Webster Hawkins, asked me to bring to your attention is that our committee has been really struggling without a dedicated staff support. So we are a state mandated statutory advisory committee that's required under the CDE. And we don't have anybody dedicated to support us for things like posting our agendas or pulling together data that we request from the district to evaluate the services that are provided to our students. We have asked in the past for this, and we're asking for a 0.25 FTE at minimum to support the work of the committee. We also want to thank Crystal, our LCAP coordinator, for proactively consulting with the CAC. We want to share the following concerns. One would be staffing. Many of our members, including myself, have had children who were in classrooms this year without a dedicated special education teacher. So the position for my child, for example, was vacant for 3 months. And when we're talking about comp ed, as another parent mentioned, I had to beg and plead and got 8 days when there was no credentialed teacher implementing my child's IEP for 6 months. It's not equitable. It's not okay. You're wasting district money because we don't have proper staff. We're still concerned about transportation for our students with disabilities. We're concerned about disproportionality, including that the CAC has not been presented with all of the relevant information about the district's problems with disproportionality in terms of CDE, and we're concerned about ERMs, specifically what the process entails for parents and students to get approved for ERMs and what that process looks like. I'm going to keep going for a minute because we haven't been able to present.
If you could,
Just one more minute, and then I have to present for the LCAP pack, so I'm going to be staying right here.
Can we do 30 seconds?
Yes.
Thank you.
We believe that mandatory training, professional learning for teachers who interact with students with disabilities should be part of our district process. We have a lot of students, as you've heard from tonight, whose teachers are not culturally competent to teach them in terms of what their own identity means in terms of being a student with a disability. And then I'm not sure if DLAC is coming up, but I'm also going to be here to present for LCAP. Should I do that and then have DLAC? Is DLAC here?
So we have each individual group that will call up, definitely. And then also feel free to reach out to board members individually to go more in depth. Thank you. And LCAP, are you here for LCAP?
I am.
Okay, so we'll actually do the D. Is DLAC here in the space? Okay, and LCAP is here in the space because that is you.
And that's me. So tonight I will be presenting, giving you an update on behalf of the Local Control Accountability Plan Parent Advisory Committee. And you'll be hearing from the larger group later this evening on our presentation about the LCAP. But one of the things that we as a group wanted to bring to your attention is that we are continuing to have issues getting data to accurately evaluate the action items within the LCAP. We ask and we ask and we ask, and we get conversation or presentations that don't really address the issues at heart. We have asked that the LCAP be written in SMART goals, and that the metrics align with the goals or actions. And right now, the way the LCAP is written, a lot of these strategies and actions don't align. They're not active, and they don't seem student focused. And we also have a serious concern that the allocations are not being made to address the concerns of the students with highest needs, which is the point of LCFF, right? We're supposed to be addressing low-income students, foster youth, homeless, students with disabilities specifically because of issues we've had serving them, and that isn't evident when you look at the document as a whole. And let's see. There was also a question about gate and equity that was involved in the LCAP, which you'll hear later this evening. On the whole, it took us a long time to get started this year because our coordinator left, and it took a long time for the district to hear from the parent community that we wanted to meet, even if our coordinator was not ready. And then our coordinator came on, but it took a while to ramp up to understand what's really happening in the district. And we had many a meeting where parents would share frustrations, and Crystal would be like, wait, that happens here? And like, that's not her fault. That's the fault of the district and the system that we're in. And in order to improve that, we have to have everyone who's actually on the same page and understands the same facts to move everybody forward and to serve our students.
Thank you so much. Student Advisory Council. Okay. The BAAB. Okay. 8.3, student member report.
Kwatsi Hopa. I just want to say happy Pride Month. Today is the month of June. We want to just celebrate all of our students that are in the LGBTQ this month. Just want to recap on what has been said in public comment, which everyone here has made, or someone has made a statement about, but it is kind of saddening that it has to come all the way up here. It took us 2 weeks because our board meeting is held on this day to get this solved and put this out there. It should have been solved right away. Or actually, no, it shouldn't even been solved right away. It should have never even happened. I'm sad that these teachers aren't educated the way that they're supposed to be, and that we need to do better. We can't have this again. We can't have communities that are hurt. I see, well, not every day, but I see quite a few times in my week where other ethnic groups are hurt because of racism and cultural. I can't remember what it's called. But, yeah, I just think that that shouldn't have never happened, and that I hope we can do better in the future. I hope that my cousin gets to support his needs, and that you guys can hold a meeting sometime soon.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to item 9.0, which is special presentation. 9.1, recognition of outgoing student board member, the Honorable Leo McGurk. And so today I get the opportunity to present the Honorable McGurk a couple of things, but before that we present you with anything for your service and hard work, I wanted to give opportunity to my colleagues here to say a couple words, and or if we have anybody in public comment who wants to say a few words about the Honorable McGurk. So before we do all this, is there anyone in the audience who has a public comment towards our student board member, McGurk, today? If you do, please come up.
Good evening, respected board members, and especially student board member Liam McGurk. My name is Christina Prairie Chicken. I'm Oglala Lakota, and I work here in the school district. I'm a youth services specialist in the youth development department. And tonight, we would just like to acknowledge your work, Liam. Throughout this year, you not only were a board member, but you sat on the Native Youth Sacramento Student Leadership Committee. You were a student ambassador. You worked very, very long days all throughout the year. And this is not the end of your work. We know, I look forward to what you're going to do next year and beyond. And we really love you and we support you. And we just want to thank you on behalf of the American Indian Education Program and the Parent Committee. We thank you for your work and your time and your service. And then we have a little something we would like to present you with.
Come on up.
Thank you for the good energy. And Mr. Rhodes, you better watch your seat. She's right behind you.
Well deserved, well deserved. Round of applause. I think the Honorable Liam McGurk would make a wonderful Board of Education president. You can speak. Come forward, sir.
Member McGurk, I have really appreciated over this past year getting to work with you on a number of different areas.
I'm sorry, what is your name, sir?
My name is Nathaniel Browning. I'm sorry. I just got very excited to
Yeah.
share my excitement to work with Liam. I appreciated the opportunities I've had to work with you, both with a student advisory council on a number of different items, but most recently and more so with the renaming effort that you're very much a part of. I really appreciated your voice and your passion. You spoke from a place of conviction, and I just really respected that. I also very much appreciated the opportunities we had to talk about music and all the other fun stuff in life. So I wish you the best. I hope to see you again.
Thank you so much. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak towards the excellence of the Honorable Liam McGurk? Okay, so we're going to give board colleagues an opportunity. If you would like to say something, hop in the queue. We have Madam Vice President.
Liam, you are fire. And I say that hand to heart because when you first came up here, I recognized so much of myself in you and your bravery to do everything. I don't even think I could still read that announcement. So I appreciate what you have done. I truly would like to see you continue working with us. We have a lot to do, and your input is more valuable than I could put words to. So in the future, we need to see you still set things on fire. Good trouble. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Villa.
I just want to thank you so much for sitting here with us this last year. I too appreciated your honesty. Everything that you said, after any kind of presentation, you just got right to the point. And it was always from your perspective or from a student's perspective, and that is what we need to hear. So I truly appreciate, I love seeing you at the community fairs. My daughter still wears the necklace that you got for her. So thank you for everything, and I look forward to seeing what you're doing in the future.
Thank you, Member Villa. Member Pritchett.
Liam, you've been such a bright spot on this board. When you came to us, I sat on the other side of you at that time and moved you next to me. And I just want you to know that I so appreciate your perspective that you bring to us. And as you move on, and you're going to do great things, I'm hoping that you will help guide the next person that fills your very big shoes to fill. And I also want to just say that I admire the beautiful jewelry that Liam makes up here all the time. So thank you for the serving with us on this board.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Singh.
All right. I actually want to say I wish I had spent the whole year getting to know you, but it's been a few really great months. And I think one of the great qualities is that when you have spoken, because you haven't spoken every time, but when you've spoken, we've all listened because it's been impactful. I think you carry a lot of expectations, desires, hopes, and dreams from your community. And I really appreciate your presence. This is your presence. This is your land. This is your space. We are on borrowed space from you and your community. And I think the way the community showed up today, even though it was for an incident that's very unfortunate, I think that they show up with the hope because they see you up here. I'm also super excited that you're still at Hiram Johnson. So next year, when you walk across that stage, I'll be super hyped to shake your hand. And I really want to continue to work with you at Johnson, but also we have a lot of work to do, not only with naming schools, but changing those mascots and really making a difference in our communities to make sure that you're represented, your community is represented fairly, honestly, and truthfully. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
With your permission, President Rhodes, Student Board Member McGurk, I just want to acknowledge the voice that you have brought over the past year. It is a voice that this board and this community has not been used to in who you represent, and even the school that you represent as well. In my 6 years here, you brought a voice that we had not had here in the past, representing a school like Hiram Johnson that offers opportunities to our students, but that we have disinvested in for many, many years. And so I appreciate that you brought that voice to our board and to this entire community. I also want to acknowledge Student Board Member McGurk's mom, Melissa. I don't see her anymore. Oh, there she is. I can. Yeah, you're right in a path where I can't see. But of course, our district has about 40,000 students, over 4,000 employees. But I do want to just acknowledge that Melissa was one of the first parents and employees that I interacted with when I became superintendent. She supported our students by bringing snacks and stuff when they had sports activities. And so it was just great to see you again and have seen you over the years. Thank you for allowing us to have Student Board Member McGurk lend a voice that, again, hasn't been one that we've seen here at the board level, because these are long nights. So thank you very much, Member McGurk.
So before we, yeah, no, it is your turn actually. So before we present you with this and this card and take a picture, wanted to give the floor to you to see if you had any words.
Long, tiring nights that I'm glad to get back now to spend on other things. No, I'm kidding. I am going to really miss being up here in the big chair, looking at all the other people on the other side. No, I'm kidding. I am really going to miss this board. I've made connections that I've never would have made if I haven't stepped out of my comfort zone. I've met so many unique individuals that have changed my life and have been brought into my path. And I hope that I can still talk to them and interact with them and continue having them in my path and in my journey throughout life. I'm gonna miss every single individual that I've up here on this board, and thank you for working with me.
Okay, so we have a token of appreciation here for you. And then your card is there as well. We can stand up here behind the podium. Is that fine? Or we would like to go down and get some of the family members and supporters to come up as well? Yes, let's do it. Yeah. Oh, no, it's like it.
It's fake, really heavy.
Fake apple. It's the big apple.
You don't even come up in between. That's okay. That's next year when you. Oh, you're so funny.
Do it.
Got it? Okay.
All right, 1, 2, 3. One more this way. 1, 2.
Okay, next year.
Oh, you broke me. At least I got one. Come here. You're funny. Get away. Thank you. No, thank you.
I wanna.
I get to eat it.
Yeah, take it. Oh, yo. Okay, moving on to item 9.2, Annual Student Advisory Council Presentation. Manpreet and Dr. Canero.
Thank you.
I don't have any message. Oh.
Good evening, Board President Rhodes, Superintendent Aguilar, and esteemed board members. My name is Dr. Mark Carnero, and I have had the privilege of serving as the coordinator of the Student Advisory Council for the past 9 years. Tonight, you will meet a few of our members from the 22-23 cohort. This year's cohort is comprised of 13 members from Hiram Johnson, West Campus, C.K. McClatchy, Rosemont, and JFK High School. These students have spent the past 9 months conducting rigorous youth participatory action research, analyzing data, and building their skill sets in social justice policy advocacy. Presenting tonight, we have student board member Liam McGurk, Gracie Miller-Segura, Caleb Fox, and Yen Tran. These students will introduce their policy initiatives and recommendations to you, and I hope that we as adult allies can find ways to support their initiatives in the near future.
Thank you. Christina, after this.
You all know me. I'm Leah McGurk.
The Honorable. The Honorable.
Tonight on our agenda will be a quick overview of who we are and what we do. Student concerns brought to you by a survey, gender-neutral bathrooms, and 504 recommendations. So just quick who we are. We are a Student Advisory Council. We are a student-led group who want to solve students' problems and look for initiatives and ways to help students thrive through our community. What I'm going to be talking to you about today is the SAC survey that we did around high schools. We did a Google form that was sent out through emails to students, also throughout Instagrams and Google Classrooms. We did not have a certain number of who we wanted to reach. We just at least wanted to reach one student from every high school. Our leading participants of who took our survey were West Campus, JFK, and McClatchy, with the following up of Rosemont and Hiram. You can look at our pie chart to see who else also participated if you guys wanted to. Frequent concerns that we saw through our survey were internet issues, Wi-Fi, and blocked school websites that students could not get to. Funding for school resources, the need of campus beautification, mental health resources, inadequate dress codes for each campuses, lack of field trip opportunities for high school students, violence between high school students, whether it's gun or hand-to-hand, and drug use.
Hi. All right, so building off of the frequent concerns, a lot of the frequently mentioned needs starts with the college preparatory resources. So a lot of this would be just exposing kids in high school, especially to the university life, such as college fairs, resources, tours, visitations from colleges as well. Secondly, the need for real-life classes. It was extremely important, such as financial literacy classes, homemaking classes, stuff that can really integrate students into society. The next was the need for mental health professionals was super important, such as therapists and psychiatrists. Next would be the need for better lunch options. Currently, lunch options are somewhat unappealing and aren't as nutritious as possible. And lastly, the need for more transportation, such as busing. All right. All right, so recommendations. So the need for post-secondary preparation elective courses. Now, such as that would be financial literacy, as I said before, homemaking, cooking, and integrating students into the workforce is super, super important. Next, the need for at least one college fair in all high schools. As I said before, integrating, not integrating, but exposing students to universities and what that may be like. And next would be the hiring of more bus drivers for expanded field trips, not just for seniors, but also for all students as well. Okay, next would be campus beautification. This can help in alleviate many concerns, also such as mental health issues. As statistics have shown that more greenery and trees can help with anxiety and depression, and this can be explored in many different partnerships, such as with UC Davis, as well as others, classes on campus. Next would be the need for an anti-drug youth coalition to help update students' concerns on drugs such as vapes, mushrooms, ecstasy, Molly, and fentanyl. And also, the standardization of Narcan training for all students is very important, as this can help update students on these issues. And lastly, the need for better resources to feminine products, such as tampons and pads in bathrooms.
So for our first initiative, it is the gender neutral bathrooms. This initiative will be further talked about on the June 22nd meeting, but I'll briefly go over it. So for our context of concern, we want to make sure that campuses are inclusive and equitable, and access to bathrooms is a fundamental human right. We want to make sure that those who do not identify with binary genders don't have to choose between male or female bathrooms. And these are our research on existing measures. These are policies that basically say that SUSD students should be able to access facilities like bathrooms that align to their gender and should not be forced to otherwise. These are our recommendations on how to achieve this goal. Our initiative goal is to have at least one accessible unisex multi-stalled bathroom within the campus area per school. Our first step would be to talk to individual campuses and figure out what they need. Some schools might already have accessible gender-neutral bathrooms, while others don't. Our options would be 1, to build new bathrooms, or 2, relabeling existing binary bathrooms. And here are some difficulties, potential difficulties we identified with cost, the complications with changing binary bathrooms, safety concerns, parents' disapproval, and etc.
Our secondary initiative that we will be covering today is the 504 and IEP Concerns and Recommendations Initiative. In a poll towards the majority of the SUSD student body, only 11.1% of students understood their rights to a 504 plan. This needs to be rectified. Education needs to be given to students about their rights. Presentations at the start of every single year by a professional in this field need to be given to students in regards to their rights and abilities of access. Secondary use of education could be utilizing websites and app technology to increase access on these websites and apps. Contact information for 504s, IEPs, and ESLO plans would be accessible. Resources for student rights, along with other resources available, such as food, transportation, homelessness, etc. Secondary to this, access to mental health resources needs to go beyond just a number on the back of our ID cards. Students need to be able to have access to actual and tangible things that they can go to and ask for advice and accommodations from, such as licensed psychologists on campuses that need to be required on every single school site. This would create an environment where students feel comfortable and they have somebody to actually talk to about their needs. Secondary to this, staff need to be required to be trained on how to properly accommodate students within their classrooms with a 504 or IEP plan. Students need to feel that they are comfortable within their classrooms and they are being properly accommodated with their accessibility, and they can utilize their accommodations within a classroom environment without feeling judged or pressured by the staff. Potential difficulties identified with this are cost. We understand that if hired a psychologist on every single school site, this is going to be costly. We understand that, and along with that, staff shortages. Our district-wide, we understand that it will be difficult finding psychologists for every single school site that are trained not only in psychology and licensed, but within student and educational environments. We also understand that this will not be in a timely manner. This can't be done next year. This most likely won't be able to be done even in the year beyond that. This will need to be a formulated plan over the next multiple years, and the SAC is prepared to be a consultory board to help move this plan along. Okay, that is it from us. We are willing to take any comments or questions that you guys have.
Thank you so much. Before we have questions from the board, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Board? MVP, I need some water.
Did y'all hear that mic drop? I appreciate every single bit of passion you guys put into this. And what I found was interesting is while you guys were talking about this, I was going over to our strategic strategies and investments, and every single thing that you said was basically in here. And I kept saying, writing down, see Student Advisory Council recommendations, because this is where the answers come from. We don't know it all. We will never know it all. And you guys are the ones that are going to continue to tell us what it is you need. So I appreciate the fire and the passion this evening. I don't have any questions, but I'm going to turn this into everybody. We're going to find some money for this. I do appreciate the need for the 504 and being able to explain to students this goes past high school. How many people do not know that? So I appreciate this. That's all I got for y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate your support as an adult ally.
Member Singh.
Gracie said everything really well, so I can't be as hyped. I can, but she took the hype from me. I started a lot of things, and something that really worries me is especially the mental health issues. And I'm really glad that you're bringing it up. I was already thinking, how do we re-envision the way our schools look? When you're talking about greenery and trees, making a place where you actually walk, where you can take a walk, you go to a place where you're not just seeing bricks and cement, and you're actually going on a walk, and maybe the students are the ones planting the flowers, the students are the ones painting the walls, the students are the ones who are actually interacting, getting credits, and actually interacting in a way that is not only good for themselves, but also possibly finding some sort of passion that will lead to careers and other opportunities in the future. I absolutely just appreciate you all for doing the work. I was waiting for this presentation because I haven't seen any of you. Well, I've seen Liam, but I haven't actually met any of you before, and just want to continue being an ally and really appreciate you doing the work. So thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we're going to go actually to member Jean very quickly. Yeah, member Jean.
Sorry, I did not hear you. I really appreciated hearing about the polls that you're doing. Representation is so challenging, and hearing from everybody takes a lot of work. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you ensure you're reaching students? And are you focusing on secondary, or how do you reach out to our elementary and middle students as well to truly be representative? Because that's a challenge for 4 of you. So I would just love to know more about your process for making that happen.
With these initiatives especially, we really wanted to focus in on the high school age level because we know that these are severely underutilized voices that need to be heard district-wide. So what we did was we sent out an email to every single school district, every single student through the email system. We also had a few Instagram accounts posting the link to the form on their Instagram stories or even on their feed. We also talked to teachers within the schools to post on their Google Classrooms or asking their students to share the form, which is how we got a large amount of student voices in there, which also in comparison to past years with the polls numbers that we've gotten, we had a lot more this year.
I love hearing that. Thank you. We've been having a lot of conversations about how much adultism occurs because there's, 7 adults up here and 1 student voice, but we're tasked with representing you. So thank you so much for the work that you did in bringing student voice to our conversation today.
Beautiful. Member Singh, rounding third base, coming home.
It's not a home run, don't worry. I actually had to follow up because of Tara's question. I saw that West Campus was very, in my opinion, overly represented. So how do you plan on diversifying the responses? Yeah, I think 53% of your respondents were just from West Campus, and then we have all the other students. So how is that playing a factor into the findings? And do you think that there could be more done to get the voices from the other groups as well?
Yeah. What we noticed with West Campus, and a primary reason why they were so overrepresented, is because we had a majority West Campus students on the board this year. That is rectified next year with the Student Advisory Council. But along with that, we did parse through each individual response, and we looked at what was prominently seen through every single high school trend, not just West Campuses. So the things that were West Campus specific, we sort of took out as an individual thing that was specific to West Campus and looked at the overall viewings of what was necessary.
Thank you.
That was great. I think cool things that you kind of mentioned was space and place and beautifying and making, from you talking about trees or walking areas. And what's good to hear is that those are priorities for our youth, and that I've seen Nathaniel and Chris actually work on. I've seen them have conversations at Burbank around building those things that you're talking about now. And so it's really cool that facilities is talking about this while our students are also bringing it to the light. And so there's some connectivity there. And so I'm very excited to continue to see our spaces transform. And then also, college fair for each campus. I think that is very necessary, and having the opportunity for students on each of the campuses, not just on one and needed to travel, but have it at their school bases is huge. Gender neutral bathrooms, I know some campuses do have them, but not all. We already have a policy around that. And so look forward to continue working with you guys, continue to uplift your voices as we kind of move forward, as you guys give us more insight around how we can better service are one of the largest populations here in the city of Sacramento. So we appreciate you and we thank you for your work. I don't see any of my other colleagues, but I think that we have superintendent who might want to pop in.
Just very quickly, President Rhodes, I know that this is one of the favorite presentations annually that the board gets to hear from our students directly. I want to recognize a couple of things. Member Rhodes, you and I often talk about trying to stay on task with these board meetings. Our students accomplished giving you a very comprehensive report within the 10 minutes that were allocated to them. And so that is something that we're not able to do all the time. So I want to recognize that that I know you did this and rehearsed it and did it very, very well. So congratulations on that. The other thing that I want to also just make sure that you're aware of is that in this space of board meetings where you're presenting this information, if you look back, and I'm going to ask our staff members for every one of the topics that you raised, I'm going to ask them to raise their hands because you can also get information right now, so that you don't feel like you're just presenting it and nothing is going to happen. So facilities, if you can raise your hand related to issues of facilities, bathrooms, Ms. Espinoza, who manages our college and career readiness, way back there as well, for ideas that you talked about, and the other areas that you also, 504s, Ms. Garner, I think, is back there somewhere. She oversees all of the 504s for the entire district. And I think those were the areas. So I would just encourage you. I don't see Mr. Lozada around safety, but I would encourage you to kind of walk back there a little bit toward the door, and we'll have our staff introduce themselves to you as well.
Yeah, so all the key players are right back there as well. And so please connect. And Dr. Carnero, you know everybody as well. So appreciate you. Please connect them. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 9.3, Pride Month Resolution number 3329, presented by Board Member Kayada.
So it's my privilege to be able to present this year's Pride Month resolution. More than ever, it's important that as a district and as a community, we stand up for and support and welcome our LGBTQ+ community. We have school board meetings in California with violence occurring by people who are opposed to basic representation of people for being who they are. We have school boards who speak in incredibly derogative language about amazing activists such as Harvey Milk. That is not the case here in Sacramento, and it's so important that we make it clear. This resolution captures a lot of what we've already been doing for years and what we are going to keep doing. We do welcome all of our students here, including all of our LGBT plus community. We do recognize that not all of our LGBT plus community is visible. There are kids who are still finding their identity. There are kids who are questioning. There are kids who are bisexual, which represent over 50% of LGBT plus community, and you wouldn't necessarily know that they're part of that community. It's important that we not just, as a district, support our kids who are visible, but also just create a climate where this is the case. Still, especially because of the national climate around this and the climate here in California, youth who are LGBT plus Q are more susceptible to suicide, they are unhappy with their lives, and they need support. It's important for us as a school district to offer that, and we do. This resolution will continue the work we're doing and make a clear message to our community that we stand with all of our students. Some things that will come out of this resolution is, first and foremost, that we will be flying the pride flag at the district, and we are doing that tomorrow at 8:30. So welcome anyone to come out and see that. We are also going to be continuing our policies and practices. We're going to look into things like school bathrooms and continue our work to make sure we fully support the community. And that community is not just students, it's also staff, it's families. And finally, something new this year is in response to some public comments we got a couple months ago when we were talking about Transgender Day of Visibility. There were questions about what can we do to offer safe spaces for our LGBTQ plus students. And this resolution will direct staff to provide resources and support, not just something that we want to happen, but there will be money behind it to set up GSAs at all of our middle schools and high schools. With that, I am going to wrap up and then just enter into a brief comment of my own, which is that following the Transgender Day of Visibility, we had multiple reports from staff directing us on how they followed up on these actions, and I would like the same to happen here. I'm hoping that we can achieve all of this and more and continue to support our communities.
Thank you so much. Now, do we have any public comment around this item?
We do. We have two speakers signed up, Nicole DeVore and also Sarah Michael Gaston.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Good evening. Sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Nicole DeVore. I'm an educator here in the district and just down the road at Pacific. I really wanted to, I love this. Okay, I'm speaking totally in favor. I appreciate this. I know that we already have policy and resolutions from past, but what I really wanted to bring forward and emphasize were the points on continuing to support activities, curriculum, conversations that engage students in meaningful learning about LGBTQ students, staff, and family, right? That's important. We need to continue to provide that education for all of our students, not just to the LGBTQ plus. And the next thing that I want to say is that we're doing a disservice when the negotiations refuses to work with SCTA, because we've asked to try to be a part of the training. We're supposed to have 3 days of training before we start the school year. SCTA is not enamored with the training you all have been providing in the past, okay? We kind of like to gouge our eyes out. There are many things, and we heard a lot about how we don't have cultural competency amongst some of our other educators. This would be an excellent area and an excellent time for all of our staff members to get educated, specifically SCTA, because I know that. And the last thing is that more of our educators do need to be sharing. I love those SEL books that are coming out that we get emailed. I do that every morning. And the last couple of months, they've had links in there to, last month, it was the different ethnic studies, also on Jewish books that my kids get to read about in here. This month, I read an LGBTQ book. A parent removed a child from my class and says they're not going to bring that child back. Families, our kids need to know and understand about LGBTQ plus folks because we're going to engage with each other in the world. And if all of our kids don't get exposed, then we're not preparing them for the future. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Sarah Michael Gaston.
Welcome.
Hi, Chinua.
Hey.
Good evening, Superintendent and School Board Trustees. Thank you for having us. And Taylor, thank you for submitting this Pride Month resolution and inviting us today. My name is Sarah Michael Gaston, and I'm with Youth Forward. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I'd like the young people next to me to introduce themselves and say which school they attend or graduated from.
Hi, I'm JaVale Penn. I just graduated from Grant High School last Thursday. I did 6 backflips.
Hello, my name is Ariani Hunter, and my pronouns are she, her, and I attend Luther Burbank High School.
Hey.
Hi, my name is Ariana, and I go to Luther Burbank High School.
Hey.
I'm Quinn. My pronouns are he, him, and I went to George Washington Carver.
And Jay here also didn't mention he went to Hiram Johnson as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But listen, I switched over. That was the thing. I switched over.
You want to keep your students in the district. For the past several months, we've been advocating for LGBTQ safe spaces to be an essential part of all middle schools and high schools. Our goal is to make school environments more supportive of youth mental health, and we see this element of mandating LGBTQ student clubs or safe spaces as vital to that mission. LGBTQ students have some of the highest rates of mental health challenges, including greater risk for suicide, depression, and anxiety. Research has shown that schools can make a big difference by having student clubs and spaces in which students can get support from a trusted adult and build a community among themselves. We are very happy to see that the Pride Resolution requires the district to provide resources and support for GSAs and encourages the formation of such clubs in the schools. We strongly encourage, after this resolution passes, that the district report to the board early in the school year which middle schools and high schools have GSAs or LGBTQ clubs, which don't, and your plan forward to support the development and sustainability of GSAs on school sites. We would like you to seriously follow up with your goals in this resolution. By requiring and succeeding in having these safe spaces in the schools, the district will serve as a role model and change maker to other districts in the region and the state. We really appreciate you passing this resolution and your dedication to supporting LGBTQ youth. We really have been seeing that. I implore you all to include us and consult us and other CBOs and orgs like the Gender Health Center, the SAC LGBTQ Center, and the SAC Stonewall Foundation in resolutions and policies like this going forward, because we can really help. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, do we have any board comment? Any board comment? Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved, second. Okay, Superintendent? Oh, student preferential, even though they gave a second? They gave a second, so it's already there.
Yes.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Not here.
Not here.
Sorry. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
And Member Villa?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously with all members who are present. Thank you. All right. Round of applause. Yes, yes, yes. 9.4, recommending the renaming of Peter Brunette Elementary, Kit Carson International Academy, and Sutter Middle School. Mr. Oh, hey, Daniel.
Good evening, Board President Rhodes, board members, superintendent. Tonight, we're here to present the school renaming committee's recommendations to rename Peter Burnett Elementary, Kit Carson International Baccalaureate, and Sutter Middle School. I'm Nathaniel Browning, and I want to take a quick moment to introduce you to RSS Consulting, who helped to facilitate the renaming process. Many of you are aware that RSS Consulting was also the firm that assisted us in developing the Facilities Master Plan Equity Index. And so they are well equipped with helping us with this effort as well. So first, I want to introduce you to and please stand, Dr. Regina Stanback Stroud. She's the Chief Executive Officer for RSS Consulting and has more than 35 years as an educator. She was the Community College Chancellor of Peralta Community College and named President Emeritus by the San Mateo Community College District Board of Trustees. This is just to name a few accomplishments. She has a rich history of educational leadership and philanthropy, and Dr. Stanback Stroud is highly regarded in the industry for her equity work. Next, we have Ms. Diane White. She's an experienced leader in higher education in developing and implementing equity-minded and student-centered initiatives and educational master plans. She also has over 25 years of experience as a history professor, and not only provided her with the expertise for the transformational equity work, but also acted as our resident historian throughout this endeavor. She is exceptionally skilled in matters of student equity and achievement, research, data analysis, and organizational communications and development. We also have Ms. Haide Borla. She's a social justice activist and an educator with over 25 years of experience in advocating equity and education. She has focused the majority of her career on working with hyper-marginalized communities and displaced indigenous groups throughout California. She has extensive experience in restorative justice practices and trauma-informed care that focus on creating diverse, equitable, and inclusive and accessible communities. So here's the district's core value and guiding principle that guide the facilities department's work. These statements are the foundation for everything we do in facilities, from building new schools to renaming existing ones that no longer hold the names that reflect our community or values. Right here, GONA is the one acronym that you'll see in today's presentation. And I want to invite Haide up just to briefly talk about what GONA is, because it is very foundational, used as a framework throughout this process.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having us. So being that Sacramento City Unified School District sits on approximately 38 different villages and communities of Native people, we thought it appropriate to also apply a Native American framework and approach to our work. GONA is a protocol that is used by many communities in order to bring people together to solve difficult problems and also have productive conversations and come to a consensus. We use the four skills that are up on the board, on the screen today: belonging, mastery, interdependence, and generosity. Belonging emphasizes the need to truly understand each other and to make everybody feel like we are including and honoring everybody's perspectives and experiences. Mastery represents the need to truly understand each other's realities and our histories as people. Interdependence speaks to the need to apply a collaborative and a spirit of consensus building among our groups and in the work that we do. And generosity highlights the importance of gift giving and of providing each other with the support that we need in order to do our work. Thank you.
So here's this evening's agenda for this item. We first wanted to provide you with a brief background on the effort, outline the committee structure that was previously developed by the board, and dive into why these sites were selected for the renaming, how the committee came to the recommendations that we'll share with you this evening, and finally, the recommendations themselves. So in the fall of 2020, staff started collecting the background behind all of the school names within the district as the national interest around addressing names of schools, businesses, and buildings began to swell. In parallel, community members within our district began conducting the same exact research. Those two efforts merged as the Board of Education began questioning the same and requesting action on those names that were seen as the most egregious. Burnett, Kit Carson, and Sutter quickly rose to the top of needing to be addressed. These three sites were named and are still named after individuals that led the systematic genocide and enslavement of Native Californians. There was overwhelming consensus from the board that these names could no longer be tolerated. The board then called for the creation of an ad hoc committee to review these names in greater detail and develop recommendations on the renaming of each school for the board's consideration. The board was very deliberate in creating the composition of the committee, knowing that these names impacted the entire community across the entire district, but also impacted our Native community members to the greatest extent. So 3 committee members identified specifically represented the Native community and held leadership roles within the community. Each board member also appointed 1 community member at large. 1 principal and 1 staff member from each site was also identified. And the district's youth development director and youth development coordinator of the Indian Education Program were also identified to be on the committee. Not listed here, but as you know, the student board member and 1 other student was identified to participate on the committee. And then lastly, there were various non-voting staff members identified to help support the committee work. The renaming effort started in the fall of 2020, but due to the COVID pandemic, there was a pause until recently, which we'll highlight and talk a little bit more about later in this presentation. So here's a representation of the committee members. Note that while many individuals were appointed to the committee by the board for representing a specific population within the community, there was a lot of cross-sectionality within the committee. For instance, 3 individuals were appointed to the committee for their role in the Native community, like I had mentioned. However, 1 community member at large, 1 district staff person, and trustee McGurk also represented that same community. Furthermore, 2 district staff members were appointed to the community, but 1 of the community members at large was also a district employee. Lastly, I want to note that while 7 community members at large were originally appointed, 2 of those members wished to no longer participate in the days leading up to our initial kickoff meeting. So now I'd like to pass it off to Ms. Diane White from RSS Consulting to discuss the history behind each of the current school names.
Good evening. It was important for our committee to review the historical biographies of the individuals here, which I'm sure that this group has awareness of as well. The first person that we took a look at was Peter Burnett. Peter Burnett actually came from a Missouri slaveholding family, and his first stop as he migrated west was to the Oregon country. He became the supreme judge of the Oregon territorial government. While he was there, he advocated very strongly for the full exclusion of free Black people from that territory. When he fell short of that, something he also advocated for here in California, he moved to what he called the Lash Law, which authorized any white person to beat any free Black person who refused to leave. Who better than to become the first governor of California? In 1851, if you take a look at his full second State of the State address, which is a very lengthy and detailed explanation of his war against Native people, he said, in part, that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the races until the Indian race becomes extinct, must be expected. He saw this as fait accompli. He therefore was asking the state legislature, which they provided, money to provide local militias with the arms, munitions, and the people that they needed to exterminate indigenous peoples in California. They paid local governments for native scalps under his order. Kit Carson is a very familiar name here in California, but also in the rest of the American West. He's known as a very famous trapper and a guide. He stopped here in California in 1846 with Fremont, and there he made war on a village on the Sacramento River. There's a lot of tremendous primary source detail about this atrocity. Anyone attempting to escape was chased down and murdered. It's hard to nail down exactly how many victims, but genocide studies have come to a figure of between 150 to 700. According to the expedition member Breckenridge, a primary source, the purpose was basically to teach survivors not to challenge whites in the area. Carson went on to the American West, where he also settled in New Mexico ultimately. He became famous for an 1863 campaign against the Navajo people, who had refused removal to reservations, and he ordered the killing of all Navajo men and sold the women and children into slavery. John Sutter, another very well-known name, especially here in Sacramento, with not only the school, but so many other places named after him. He was a Swiss immigrant, came to California in 1834, fleeing debtor's prison, left behind a wife and children who got to be chased by his creditors for the rest of their lives. He received 48,400 acres from the Mexican governor. Albert Hurtado, a very well-known historian in this area, has documented a lot of what Sutter did to Native people. And it wasn't just the destruction of ancient oaks and grasses and animals, which is a major food supply for Miwok and Nisenan, which, according to primary sources at the time, said troubled him not at all. He also benefited in two specific ways by making war on local tribes. He was able to enslave them for labor in the territories that he owned on his own property, and he was also able to generate a lot of income through the sale of people. According to a UCLA professor, Benjamin Madley, who's a specialist in American genocide, and he wrote the American Genocides and the California Indian Catastrophe, he said that he kept, according to locals, 600 or 800 Indians in a state of complete slavery. And he had them eating out of livestock troughs just to help them understand what their place was next to animals. So those are the people that we wanted to examine. I'd like to turn this over to Haida Barala.
It's always difficult to listen to those histories. So I'd like to just ask for just a brief moment of silence, especially for the people in the room today whose ancestors have survived this attempted genocide. Thank you. On October 15, 2020, this board stated the following: school names, structures, and symbols that uphold the legacy of racism, oppression, and exclusion shall not be tolerated. The names of our schools are powerful symbols of our community values. Renaming these schools is a very important first step We heard this evening during this meeting quite a bit of variety of groups that have come up here to speak about the need for more culturally relevant and sustaining curriculum, and the need for more inclusive and safe spaces for our youth. This quote speaks to that need, and we thank you for taking this very important first step.
President Rhodes, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here before you. I'm Dr. Regina Stambeck Stroud, and it is my pleasure to continue to work with this district. Congratulations to you also on the work that you're doing in the passage of the resolution. I happen to be a queer identified leader as well, and author of a book that includes LGBT leaders in higher education. So it was a pleasant bonus and surprise for me to be at this board meeting and witness that, so I appreciate that. I want to share with you the committee process. We had, okay. I was going to say, I was just getting to the best part. So I want to share with you the committee process. The committee met over a period of time, starting with the kickoff meeting in December, all the way up to the last meeting that we had, which was in May. And as a matter of fact, we had preparation meetings, and in those preparation meetings, reviewed the board's intention, the board's policy, the guidelines that the board provided as well. We reminded the committee that we were a committee that was providing recommendations, that these were not decisions that we were making, they were recommendations to the board. We stressed that and recognized the role of the board in deciding that. We reviewed other related policy, including provided resources that included related legislation and law, such as the Racial Mascots Act. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, presentation skills. Okay. So, 35-year educator, can't manage the PowerPoint. Okay, so we went through the committee process, and the committee was actually an effort to actually put into practice the things that we recognized were important. So we did land and labor acknowledgements. We used the GONA curriculum as a framework for the work that we would do, and we followed a detailed process. But in following that process, we prepared the members of the committee to be able to come in with their recommendations, and we gave them suggestions about how they might engage the community in order to arrive at those recommendations. And the committee members then came into that process having access to other types of resources as well. We gave them references, websites. We provided a collaboration team site so that they would have ready access to information, as well as be able to share and exchange and have back and forth, share documents, those types of things. But also, we provided them with the historical context, because we did know that there were people that were asking things like, why are we changing the names? And we wanted to make sure that there was an understanding, a foundation, and the historical context. So we were very fortunate to have Diane White, who is a historian, be able to help us with that. And then ultimately, we had them come in, provide their recommendations, and in their recommendations, they were asked to say how they got to that recommendation, that nomination of the names, and they might put in as many as 10, and people did. And then they were asked we did a series of polling, and we used Mentimeter, did a series of polling to ultimately come down to what would be the recommendation that would go to you. But we wanted to also make sure that once we did that, when we did that polling, that people had an opportunity to kind of explain why, the pros and cons of that recommendation. And then ultimately, we wanted to make sure that everybody that was on the committee that would be participating was in the position to fully support the recommendation. So we had the kickoff meeting, then we had the nominations, we did the pollings in each individual meeting because we had a meeting dedicated to each site, and then we had a final wrap-up meeting to make sure that we're in the position to support this nominations. And so we put forward those recommendations. And the next.
Okay, so these are our recommendations. In place of Peter Burnett, Sue Yu Elementary, pronounced Sue Yu, and it's a Miwok name for hawk. The Peter Burnett site leadership engaged their students, communities, and staff to gather recommendations that the principal brought forward to the committee for their consideration. One of these names recommended by the community was Red Tail Hawk Elementary, and the committee selected that name, but recommended the site as the Miwok name for hawk instead, which is Suyu. In place of Kit Carson, the recommendation is Umoja International Academy. Umoja is the first principle of Kwanzaa and means to strive for and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. This name was one recommendation by the school community for the committee, and the committee selected this option as the recommendation to the board. In place of Sutter Middle School, the recommendation is Miwok Middle School. The Sutter name has been a focal point for the Native community. Sutter staff brought forward Oak Middle School for the committee's consideration. However, the committee members did not find the recommendation to be adequately restorative and selected Miwok Middle School instead. Thank you.
All right, so now the financial costs of renaming. We have walked the sites, all three sites, multiple times, and will continue to do so. Every time we walk the site, we find a couple more hidden gems off into a dark corner. And so we do have a very comprehensive list of logos, jerseys, placards, murals, gym floors from each of the sites. And after looking at all of that list and pulling it all together, the staff have identified $550,000 in this next year's budget to address the name changing for these three sites. We can, as soon as the board takes action on June 22nd, facilities staff is ready to mobilize and start addressing some of the facility items right away. We know that we can definitely address some of them before the beginning of school. Unfortunately, we won't be able to address all of them due to procurement requirements upon us from the state of California, lead times and other scheduling needs. So it will have to stretch into the next school year and next summer as well. But we are committed to going into each site and addressing what we can immediately. And so with that, this is an informational item. We are going to be coming back on June 22nd for the board's action on these three sites. But really wanted to share the gratitude from the committee for the board considering their recommendations. So from them, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. First speaker will be Virginia Hedrick, followed by Lanaya Coleman, and then Emily Mizukani.
Okay. Welcome. Okay. Brian. Yeah, okay. Hello?
Hello. I don't talk in microphones often. My name is Catalina Avendano. I have three children in Sac City Unified, and I'm also an employee of Sac City. And I came here tonight to be a silent supporter, but someone was nice enough to yield me their time. I just want to express my support of the name change and encourage you guys to support it as well. We've been through the history, you know the history. That was a great presentation. This has been a thing that's been a long road. And the incident that was spoken about earlier today about, the hair and the braid and the teachers, we've talked about wanting schools to be safe spaces. We support mental health, and changing these names helps us achieve all of those other items we have talked about today. I don't want to take up too much time. There's other people that want to talk, but just when you're making your decision and thinking on that, think about, how you want your schools to be, and there are steps we got to take to get there, and this is one of those steps that greatly needs to be done. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Lamaya Coleman, and I'm a parent of a student at CKM. I've also been a sub in the district for like 10 years, and I'm a member of SAC Act, along with Valerie and Elvia. And I'm somebody who's learned a lot from Black Parallel School Board. My home school for middle school is Sutter. There's been lots of ways lifted up today in which racism and cultural ignorance has really negatively impacted people. Speaking as a white person who grew up in a really white area, it seems like renaming schools is a little step, and yet I think it's really important. It's a small change, yet it's like who we honor and who we recognize has this quiet impact for both people inside the school and people outside of the schools. I don't typically know the historical figures. I certainly didn't know all the detail that was presented tonight. But I know very clearly that they sound like familiar Euro-American names, and always lifting up the same white or Euro-sounding people just kind of reinforces the assumptions of superiority, and it all feeds in. And then beyond that, knowing the incredibly horrible things that these people we're lifting up have done. So I support the name changes.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Hello.
Hi, everybody. My name is Emily Mizokami. I began the effort to rename Sutter Middle School on a hot summer day in the midst of a historic pandemic and the Black Lives Matter movement. I saw the Sutter statue come down and wanted to do something, no matter how small, to help dismantle the foundation of systemic racism in this country. I gathered over 1,500 community signatures, started a GoFundMe, and began a media outreach. I stand before you 3 years later, so grateful for the board's approval to rename not only Sutter, but 2 additional schools in the district back in 2020. With this action, no one is asking to erase history. I am asking this district, its staff, parents, and most importantly, its children, to gain a true knowledge of our region's history, everyone's history. All historical figures have positive and negative attributes, and as a board, they considered if these men's contributions to society outweigh their evils, and as a board, you decided they do not. Let's all really learn the actual history of Sutter, Burnett, and Carson, and simply choose to no longer honor them. As a member of the committee that chose the names Miwok Middle School, Suyu Elementary, and Umoja International Academy, I know these names were thoughtfully discussed, debated, and approved in a fair and democratic manner. Let us as a district and community finally begin to honor the spirit of unity drawn from Kwanzaa's first principle and the indigenous people, past and present, of this land with these beautiful new names that all children from these 3 schools will be proud to answer when asked, "Where do you go to school?" Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any comments from my colleagues?
President Rhodes, we still have some other speakers here.
Oh.
We
I
have,
apologize. Believe
we have Susan Morrill, Carl Pinkston, and Terrence Gladney.
Oh, okay. Susan, Carl, Mr. Gladley. Sorry for skipping you guys.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susan Morla. I start out by saying Majuksis. That's a greeting in the Miwok language. I'm a member of the Ion Band of Miwok Indians out of Amador County. Born and raised on the reservation till I was 18 years old and decided to come to Sacramento for my education, for college. I've been here for 20 years, not intentional, but I found that Sacramento has a lot to offer, not just to myself, but my 5 beautiful daughters that I raise and have been in Sacramento City Unified School District, and some coming out of Kennedy High School. I represent the Native community in different aspects. Not only do I work in the Native community for the Native community up and down California and in different states, I'm a part of this community. I'm the current chair of the Indian Education Program Parent Committee, and I sit on the committee of the school renaming. It's been a long almost 3 years, but to finally see this come here tonight, see those names up there that were thought out, came to the committees, and people had their recommendations, and we talked about them. And, you know, I have to say that the major one that I needed to see changed was Sutter, first and foremost. I grew up on the reservation. I knew who these people were before you did, probably. I knew the wrongs before any of the rights. We knew they were bad. We didn't know all the good stuff they were trying to do for the population, you know, so I knew from a young age that they were bad. I taught my children the same thing. I've never been in Sutter's Fort, downtown Sacramento. I won't go in there. It means nothing to me, and I won't take up too much more time, but I'm here tonight to support, and I can't thank Emily enough, because we may not be standing here if that non-native didn't bring this to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Carl, your time starts when you speak.
Carl Pinkston from Black Parallel School Board. It's very difficult to follow behind them, but I want to start by saying that the founder of the Black Parallel School Board, Dr. David Colvin, who founded our organization, helped start it, has passed away Saturday. So I'm going to speak in terms of ancestors. And one of the things that is so powerful about the names and the name change is that our ancestors are speaking to this district today. You would not be where you are today because the ancestors, particularly America, is tempted to wipe out our history, our experience, our knowledge, our contributions, and basically renaming those schools says, ancestors, come in. Tell us your story. Tell us your history. Tell us your experience. And lift us up. Because when young people walk into those schools now, knowing the name of a place that has so much history, says they can never be exterminated, they can never be eliminated, and most importantly, they can be uplifted and go back. And go back and have the previous generation bring knowledge forward to the next generation. This is one of the few moments where I can actually say, thank you for doing the right thing, to stepping forward to make it happen. But I also wanted just to highlight for you, because I can't let it go. This struggle did not start in this district in 2020. It was uplifted because of the George Floyd movement and other struggles. But it really began back in 2000 when a number of parents and community members came to you and raised this issue. It was that period that really elevates. So I just wanted to say from our community, particularly the renaming that we supported, we want to honor it. We want to take it forward to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Gladney. Welcome.
Wait for the clock to start. I just wanted to start by uplifting Dr. Stroud. I had the blessing and the pleasure of working with her as a member of the core planning committee for the facilities master plan. And if not for her vision and support and partnership, our voices would have literally just remained suppressed. But because of her, we were able to uplift a equity matrix, which hopefully will become the founding or the guiding compass for all of our decisions around equity. This conversation is a long time coming. We had some stalls, so I'll acknowledge where we are. But I'll also acknowledge that, while words matter, the action behind them matter. So, if we had conversations about equity in the facilities discussions, it would mean nothing if we didn't have equity matrix that mandated action. So from that lens, I ask that while it is empowering, it's a great start that we allow these students to walk onto campuses feeling comfortable and safe. That only matters if once they get there, the culture and the climate of those campuses match the words that sit on the walls of the campus. So, it's not that ironic that, Sutter as an institution in this district is uplifted as an example of colonization, robbing the resources of neighborhood schools, and then uplifted as a beacon of light. It's not that long ago that Sutter did not exist as a model of success because there were not enough students from their own neighborhood to uplift and support that school. So if we're going to start this conversation, we have to continue with the conversation, an honest, transparent conversation, as I heard the presenters earlier. Be honest and transparent about what open enrollment really is. Allowing students to find success within the oars and the minds of their own neighborhoods and be able to walk from their school back to their homes blocks away and have conversations with their peers and live within their own communities and find success there and not these false pretenses that we continue to uplift. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, is there any more public comments?
No more speakers.
Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to my colleagues. We have Member Villa.
Thank you so much for bringing this to us. I know this has been, like many people said, a long time coming. I know we've been talking about this for a long time, and to finally get to this place where, so many people have reached out. I'm like, it's coming, I promise. The work is being done, so I appreciate that. These changes, I know that, obviously they're critical to have. I have two questions, but just let me start with the questions first. Okay, so going on slide 13, when you say recommendation, I can't talk for today, by the school community, who are those individuals in the school community that were bringing these names to you?
Each school did it slightly different. For example, Peter Burnett had Mr. Calvin Hedrick come in. I believe it may have been one of your colleagues, actually, now that I say that, but had an expert come in and present to the school students and staff, as well as offer an opportunity for the community to come in and hear about some of the history points that we've heard this evening about Peter Burnett. And then from there, the principal sent out and had students vote on a number of recommendations. was very clear that they're just going to be recommendations for the committee's consideration. Each of the schools did it a little bit differently, but that's essentially how it happened.
Got it. Okay. And on slide 14, so you said some of the items can be addressed immediately. So we'll see some of those changes coming into the school year, coming into this year. It's getting late and sometimes I can't really talk properly. Can you tell me what some of those things will be when we come back to school in the fall?
Yeah, the easiest one would be the murals that are up. Sutter would be the easiest one. And so there is a number of murals throughout that campus. There's also on fence lines, Sutter minors and such like that we would be able to address right away. There's also ability to potentially address some other items as well. After board action, we'll be heading out there as a team and prioritizing, outlining what we can get done right away.
So will that mural just be removed or will there be a new mural that will be in place?
So we
Not to go into too much of the work, but I know there's a lot to do. I just want to see when students come back on campus, what are they going to see? That's important.
Yep. So they may, when students come back on, they may see a mural painted over, waiting for another mural in the future.
Got it.
But it may be a more of a stark campus as we go through this next year of addressing some of the artifacts on those campuses.
Okay, and like the same thing for Burnett and Kit Carson, those will also be updated with certain items, just things that we can look forward to?
Yeah, that's correct. So Peter Burnett, being an elementary school, only has 2 or 3 different items on the physical facility. Kit Carson has a little bit more, somewhere between Sutter Middle School and Peter Burnett. I know Kit Carson already adjusted their logo and have the logo ready to go. And so Sutter being, there's artifacts of Sutter throughout that entire campus. So it's going to be more extensive.
Okay, that's what I figured. I'm really excited about this. I think these changes are going to open a lot of communication lines within our community, our school site, our staff, families. I hope that when school returns and these kids come back to school, that we are actually meeting them with transparent, educated, honest conversations about why this was done and why these names were chosen and who these tribes are. So as long as the resources are there and we're making sure our kids and our families understand, that's really important to me. And I don't know what kind of education, what that looks like if it's an assembly, but I really want kids to be educated on these name changes.
We have actually individuals in this room right now that we contract with as a district for those purposes already. And
Wonderful. This is just another great way that our district is committed to equity to guide our actions moving forward with facilities and now this. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Villa. Going on to Member Singh.
So I kind of have a lot of comments and thoughts, and I'll try to, I don't even think they're questions, I just need to get them out. If they turn into questions, I'll definitely look at you, so don't worry. All right, so I don't expect folks to know my community's history. I don't expect everybody in the room or anyone listening to know, but this week for the Sikh community marks 39 years since the what's commonly known as the Golden Temple complex in Punjab in India was attacked. It was attacked, entered by the Indian Army at the orders of the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. When I go home, when I go visit my homeland, I actually have to land at Indira Gandhi International Airport. Do I think it would make a difference if I don't land at that airport? I can actually tell you that I prefer to land at different airports. I know my community prefers to land at different airports because every day that name sticks is a reminder that there is not an acknowledgement, a fault. No genocidal killer, no one who has engaged in genocide deserves any plaque, deserves any visibility. and their name does deserve to be erased from our history books forever. I'm proud that 2 of the schools that are being renamed are in my area. You already know that you have my full support. No one can change my mind, so everybody should know that. But the work doesn't stop. One of the things that I do want to express is that we have a lot of work to do. We have our Indigenous community here today for an entirely different reason that came out to support one of our students. And I mentioned Hiram Johnson earlier, so I'm mentioning it again. I want us to move as quickly as possible to start that discussion on the mascots. When we talk about fiscal budgeting and responsibility, we have done entire school designs and stuff for Hiram Johnson. And I've mentioned to you that I am not okay with the way that there's a spear there, there's a feather there. We're going to have to remove these things. So if we can not add any more logos, not add other things, that will be great. And so we can save ourselves some money in the future too, if we're going to talk about fiscal responsibility as well. I just want the community to know that I absolutely understand what it means to be in a place where you feel uncomfortable. And as Terrence said, you need to be at a school that makes you comfortable. You need to be walking into places where you feel like you can be yourself. And I'm hoping that with those renamings of these schools, we start to hold ourselves to the standards of the individuals that we're naming those schools to. So I agree with Jamie. I also want to make sure we're educating the kids on why those individuals that were mentioned prior are no longer going to be a part of their history, a part of their legacy moving forward, that our kids are not going to be wearing those names and representing our district. And I'm hoping that we continue to engage with community members and respond accordingly. So just thank you.
Thank you, Member Singh. We're going to go to Member Phillips.
You know, I'm all for burning the institutions down, so I really enjoy this. I just wanted to check one thing. I see SUU in our binder spelled SU space YU, but we're going to have it SUY:U. Okay.
That is correct. So the spelling on tonight's presentation is the accurate spelling after working with our partners in the room.
Okay, and just to, I appreciate the changes. I appreciate the community work that took place on these committees. And I'm putting out word to my colleagues that as the capital city school district, we carry the name Sacramento City. We have to make sure that all of our students are proud of where they're educated, why they're educated, but also we need to be extremely firm in how they're educated. So, being able to walk into a school and say, yeah, I go to Umoja Elementary. Like not only just seeing yourself on the wall, but just the essence. And just like what Mr. Pinkston said, your ancestors are there. And it is a different feeling when you walk into a building and it's named for you. And it's named for people that are like you. Like, I'm so excited. I don't even have any curse words this evening. Like, I'm just like so excited. So I just want to make sure, though, that we see this as a governing board, that this is obviously a long time coming, because there are a lot of other things that have been a long time coming. But this is the beginning for us to be able to jump in this pool of change. And it's going to take some sacrifices, and it's going to take some struggle, and it's not going to be easy, and we may have unpopular opinions when it comes to how other people feel about us removing the names of people who don't belong on schools where, our children are educated. So I'm so excited for this to come up to vote. I'm probably going to wear a special outfit that evening. But yeah, I appreciate the work. I especially appreciate the work that you three have done to make it very clear about why we made these changes. This isn't just somebody was unhappy and a petition was filed, and it's like, no, this is a reckoning, and I appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Member Kayada.
So two things. First, I wanted to kind of follow up on something that Member Villa started with, which is making sure that in removing the name, we restore the schools to how they were, just with a different name. I'm concerned it's little things to us maybe, but things that might be hugely important to the parents in the community. I'm thinking like, let's say the PTA paid for, I think Sutter, they have that thing on the chain link fence. I'm pretty sure the PTA paid for that. I don't want to strip that off and then say, hey, you guys can raise more money. Like we should make the schools completely whole. And you know, if we don't have the time to get a mural immediately, we should do it in a way that doesn't seem rushed. So I agree with that, but make sure it doesn't come from the district, that once again, we engage the community in the similar manner to how the school built its identity in the first place. So I just want to make sure if that means we're giving more money than you have projected, it's important that we do it right. Another question kind of follows on what Member Singh was discussing, and I'm not sure if I fully understood what his discussion about history books. I think it's important that we recognize that we were a city that at one time decided to name schools after these people. I don't want at all to uplift these names, but I want to recognize that, hey, this happened. Something that always sticks with me is in Berlin, you have these things called stumbling stones that they put into the sidewalks, right? You're nodding because you know. We can't just erase the negative history that we as a city were responsible for. I'm not sure what exactly that means. I would say at the very least, you know, some sort of a plaque recognizing the rechristening of the school and some sort of statement about why we chose as a community to rename it. I don't want to ignore the fact that we were a city that did this, because if we do that, next thing you know, 20 years from now, someone's going to name another school the wrong way, and we're going to forget why we had to make these changes. But just want to say what others have said. Thank you to the committee, to these here, for all the great work, and I'm excited to be voting for this in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Now going to Member McGurk.
I was on this committee, so I really enjoyed all the process and everything that happened through it. As a former Kit Carson student, I actually appreciate it more. Now it's going to be called Emoja instead of someone that was really harmful to so many communities. And I have a brother who went to Sutter that also really hurt him. I know that since there's trauma behind it, it affects him because he is related with that trauma. And he couldn't come out and speak tonight. But he does want to say he's really glad that we are able to change these schools and that, hopefully, we're going to be able to change these schools' names and start working on the process slowly but surely to get these all removed and erased.
Thank you. Member Singh, rounding second base.
I just wanted to respond to what Taylor said. I think I meant that folks such as these three don't deserve praise, honor, and recognition at that level. But they absolutely, our children and our community should absolutely know who they were so that we don't repeat that history. And you gave the example of Germany, and having visited there, there's no mention of what's his name, but there's absolutely a mention and understanding of what he has done and what that legacy left. And I'm hoping that that's the way that we work here. And I wish I could explain what I started off with better, but it's really hard to talk about genocide and trauma, no matter how confident of a speaker you are. I consider myself a confident speaker, and I still find it very difficult to put into words what it really means to see things that are triggering, to see words and names that are reminiscent and reminders of a history that hasn't been rectified, hasn't been corrected, hasn't been fixed, right? I think there's so much more we can do. We have land acknowledgements that we don't do at this district, right? I know it's, again, a small thing, but I'm hoping that that's the direction that the leadership in this, in the community, that you all, district staff, continue to push us to do so that we can quickly get those things in order, right? And again, this is a small step, but it's an important step. And I'll just emphasize it again. We were given statistics about Native American youth and how these systems continue to fail them. So if we're going to change and rename things, then I absolutely want to reemphasize our commitment to the community itself and not just leave it as a faceplate. And I know that the staff is committed to that. So I just thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Member Phillips.
Okay, so one of the goals of colonization is to be able to make something your own and not ever have to remember who you took it from. And I don't think any of the folks who are involved at all in experiencing how this all came to be and how the schools came to get these names of whoever these people are will ever forget. I think that there's historical memory, historical trauma tied to this. So I don't know if we want to put a nice name on it, but I mean, this is something of an educational reparation. And it is not, I'm trying to find the right word for it. I personally would have an issue with like too much education behind, we took all this down and then we're going to put a little plaque over here so you remember who did it. We're not going to forget anytime soon about what happened to our people. So the way that I'm looking at it is that, I mean, this is reparations, Sac City style, but you know, the education, children obviously are going to have questions about, you know, what happened to our school and what's different. Our teachers obviously need to have the background and the training to be able to explain these things to children in a way so that they can actually spread that knowledge. And again, this is absolutely not, I'm not digging you or anything, not in a bad way. I would have concerns if we left a marker that that put them back on the building. That's my issue. You can't be there. We just took you off for a reason. You can't be there. And I think somehow that's just going to have to be a historically shared knowledge that's going to make a difference. I really struggle with wanting, because that's unpopular opinion, but it's almost as if we are massaging the colonist ego by saying, yes, we took your person off, but we're going to give them their spot still. And I don't want that. I don't want that. So I'm sure we'll have healthy conversations about that. But this is truly a different form of reparations that we will need to continue, my colleagues. And we will most likely upset some community members. PTA, that's reparations. I'm sorry your board is gone. Like, that's how I feel. So, you know, and like I said, it's not personal because, you know, we work together, but I feel like it can't, we need to know, we need to have the knowledge, but I don't want to permanently affix something that is going to rename that school as, we now call it Sue You. However, I don't want that. I don't want that. So that's just for my colleagues, not to give you guys a hard time. I just want to make sure that we understand the true importance of, you know, carrying on our own origin stories, because we're having to rebuild frequently from things. And y'all know I've talked about this already today. So,
Member Phillips, if it's appropriate, I would love to continue working with the community most affected by the names and the name change to see potentially if they have recommendations and how they'd like to work with it. Would that be acceptable?
are we going to be massaging the colonist ego? Because I'm not always trying to make people feel good about a change that is toward the right. I don't want that.
Yep.
And again, I'm not running this district, but I feel very uncomfortable naming the oppressor after making that cleansing of our school and trying to improve our But I understand. So, you got my number.
I think giving space for community most affected to come in and make that recommendation would be where the facilities department would come from that.
Okay. Okay. As long as it's not a bottom line, as long as it's not a dollar sign, I don't want that to be what's affected emotionally from people. I just want to make sure that we're not, naming too much of the problem in a permanent way.
Understood.
Sorry, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Okay, seeing that there's no more board comment and this is a informational item, we'll go to the next item. Perfect. Wait, nope, no. I was waiting. I heard somebody click and I was like, ah. And then after this, I also make another announcement. But go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I do want to state while I'm still a student board member and while I'm being filmed that I do approve of this and that I want this to move forward because I'm not going to be here now. But I do want this to move forward, and I think it's beautiful what we're doing and what you guys are trying to do. But yeah, I totally approve of this moving forward.
In President Rhodes, if I may just have, as we're exiting, have all the committee members in the room, please stand and thank you.
I'm standing.
Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, thank you guys, everybody who's here and who came out to support. We are about an hour and a half behind, and so no, we're gonna do all of it. I'm asking that we extend the meeting by an hour and a half, just so that we have, not saying we're gonna use all that time, just that we have the time. So our board meeting is supposed to go to 11:38. I'm asking that we move it to around 1 o'clock, just to have it. So, yes. Yes. And so, once again, I move to extend the meeting to 1 a.m., and with hopes of not using that time, but having enough time. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Board member side, all in favor, please say aye. 1 o'clock. All not in favor, say no. Nay. Okay, so once again, board members, if you guys do not want to stay till 1 o'clock, please be cognizant of the informational items and your questions, because if we continue, we will not be able to go through all of our items tonight. So with the no, that is totally fine. Please be cognizant of the time and your questions. Thank you. We're going to continue to 9.5.
Thank you, President Rhodes. Good evening, board members. And tonight I'd like to introduce you to Dale Scott, the district's bond financial advisor. He's here to share some information about a bond opportunity for the district.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Great suit, by the way, Dale.
Thank you very much. There is a presentation I thought that was queued up. Who brings the presentation up? There we go. This is going to be very short, maybe not short enough to get you back on schedule, but very short. As you know, the district continues to have needs to fund the improvements of your schools and the facilities. And we also have a system in this state that provides that you can go to the voters and ask for additional funds to make those improvements. The next opportunity to do that will be in the presidential election in November of 2024. So based on that, we were asked to look at, well, what would be the opportunity? That didn't go very well. There we go. What would be the opportunity if we did put it on the ballot? What would be the amount that we could raise? So our staff looked first at, if you look at this graphic, first at what are the currently projected tax rates that that the taxpayers are already paying. Those are in gray. And then what would be the amount that could be raised, again, having to go to the voters, if we told them we did not want to raise the tax rates, we only wanted to extend them. That's the colored versions that you see up here. That number comes to roughly $538 million that you could ask voters to approve to extend the current tax rate, estimated tax rate, not to increase it. There's no action necessary on this. This is just background information for your benefit. Obviously, you would want to go to the voters with some survey research, find out how they feel, see if there's other alternatives. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about these numbers or next steps.
Okay, do we have any public comment around this?
We do not.
Okay, board comment. All right. So very quickly on this is not extending taxes or going back to voters asking for some type of additional tax. This is our same bond that we had previously, and
the gray is the same bond that you had. The colored parts would be a new bond that would extend the tax rate that is already being paid for what they've already voted on. Now, that's an estimated number. Obviously, it could go up and down, but that's our best estimate, looking at those numbers today, that it would be $538 million. That's not a limitation. You could decide, no, we're not going to do it this way. We're going to ask for more, and that would require an increase in the tax rate level from where it is today.
okay, so it's about $500,000 some odd without increasing taxes.
Correct.
And if we were to add more, then it would be an increase to voters. But right now, we could possibly potentially present this to voters with no tax increase and a $500,000 some odd change net gain for our district.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
With no other board members and no public no, I lied to you. Member Phillips.
Sorry, in the essence of time. So what you're saying is, because I think I'm trying to make sure I understand this. So the bond's going to continue up to a point, and we're just asking the community to do it a little longer.
That's a good way of thinking of it, yes.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Being that there is no other comments, we look forward to this coming back to the board.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Okay. Public hearing 10.1, local control accountability plan. Hello.
Greetings to you, Board, President Rhodes, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. Tonight, I'm here along with our PAC members to present the 2023-24 draft LCAP. But first, I'd like to share just a little bit about myself. I've had the privilege of serving underserved and underrepresented students in their communities as an instructional coach, International Baccalaureate Coordinator. I was a high school principal for 12 years, an assistant superintendent of schools, special education, and gifted education. As executive director, I serve in the office now of the deputy superintendent. It is with my experiences, it is with this spirit of the LCAP that it brings forth this idea of continuous improvement. Next slide, please, Danielle. Through the LCAP, we can make certain that we uplift our core value and guiding principle, recognizing the inequities in our system while ensuring our students receive access to post-secondary choices. The LCAP also encompasses our problem of practice, and with that, our Chief Academic Officer can tell you a little more.
Good evening. Our problem of practice was developed by a deep analysis of student outcomes as well as needs assessments. In tonight's presentation on the LCAP, you will see how the LCAP is aligned with our strategic priorities and grounded in our problem of practice and our theory of action.
Next slide, please. Next slide. Here are our 5 strategic priorities. And if you think about our 5 strategic priorities, think about it like an umbrella. So we have our 5 strategic priorities, we have our LCAP goals that kind of go under that umbrella, and then we have our actions. And so that's kind of how the LCAP works with our 5 priorities. Here are our 11 goals. Next slide. Here are our 11 LCAP goals. And our 5 priorities inform our LCAP, which also should inform our SIPSs, and then our LCAP should then inform our SIPSs, and our SIPSs inform our LCAP. So it's that way to develop alignment and making the LCAP a living, breathing document. Let's look at what the CDE says about LCAP and impact. So the CDE says that the LCAP should have a continuous improvement process or model, that we use the continuous improvement model to close achievement gaps and engage our educational partners in the LCAP process. In terms of PAC, the purpose of PAC is to provide guidance and recommendations on the LCAP, which you'll hear from tonight, from our PAC members tonight. The first thing in working with PAC, I knew that I needed to do was acknowledge that there was some mistrust, and then think about ways to rebuild that trust. And so we went through a series of activities, and with that, PAC came up with several recommendations. And while I won't go through all of them, I'd like to uplift 2 that we've been working on, and that's increased communication and providing updates, status updates to our actions. We use something in our meetings called the BRAG strategy, which is a color coding strategy to identify our status. So how well are we performing on our actions, and how well are those actions that we're performing or not performing on help to reach our goals? And you'll hear a little later about how these actions will lead to a systems approach, which is kind of what PAC will be talking about tonight. So I'd like to provide you with a quick overview of the contents of the LCAP. So it'll have a budget review. I know it's pretty long. It'll have a budget review. It has a plan summary. It has reflections and general information, which has like our demographics and things like that. It also has our reflections, strengths, areas of growth. It has our LCAP highlights, our educational feedback, and I would ask that you really urge you to pay attention, close attention to that, because we have exactly what our students said, exactly what our CAC said, our BAAA, all of that is in there. But tonight, we'd like to uplift the recommendations of our PAC members. So I'd like to introduce Angela Ash. She's one of our PAC members, and she'll start us off.
Good evening, board members. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give a very quick overview of the overall systems change that we would like to see. So as you saw earlier, there are 11 goals in the LCAP, and that is very lofty. The document itself is so very long, and it's not a readable document for the general public. So we would like to see goals written that are SMART goals. As they are now, they are not SMART goals. We need SMART goals, as my colleague Sarah mentioned earlier this evening. We need them to be specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and time-bound. This will make our goals achievable. We need better metrics. We need metrics to better align to the goals. And we want to see frequent interdepartmental collaboration so that we can reach our goals. We would also like to see a mechanism established for evaluation of effective actions so that we can continue those actions. And those that are not effective, we want to get rid of those. You have the PowerPoint. You can read all of our suggestions. We really hope that you rethink how the LCAP looks in the future. We would like fewer goals. We would like realistic goals. We want to achieve those goals. Thank you very much.
So additional goals, additional recommendations from our PAC. The process that we use is we went action by action, and we identified where we'd like to see changes as a PAC. And so one of the new recommendations is to combine goals 1 and 7. The PAC thought it was very important to administer common assessments for the selection of interventions and supports for students. They also wanted to incentivize our special education teachers in efforts to fill vacancies that oftentimes go unfilled in that area. Also, it's important to expand funding for fingerprinting to increase parent participation, and that goes with goal 5. For goal 7, in terms of our graduate profile, to expand our educational partners and ensure it's a really diverse committee. And then in terms of goal 10, to ensure that there is mandated training for how to best support our homeless youth. And then the same thing for our foster youth training, but also mentorship, and ensuring that all of our foster youth have mentorships. In terms of the LCAP structure and features, here is another. This is our actions, our title, our description, and you should see that in your packet. There are opportunities for us to really use the LCAP to make systematic changes and create processes that really monitor our actions to ensure we meet the goals. If you go down to where it says narrow the number of goals, that is what Angela was talking about in terms of we have 11 goals, and each one of those goals, there are lots and lots of actions. So the question becomes, how effective can we be with all of those actions? Because there is a tremendous amount. And we want to just keep the main thing the main thing. One of the things that is very important in terms of systematic change is to have a continuous improvement model or framework. And so this is an opportunity for us to make our LCAP a living, breathing document and the district strategic plan. So if we look at our LCAP and our SIPSAs, that's the planning process of what this model could be. An implementation model, so us really looking at our actions, engaging in regular performance management. We can do that here, we can do it internally, where we're looking at our actions to see how effective we're being at moving the goalpost towards achieving our goals. And then trimester continuous improvement processes, where we go through this, we look at our data and we go through this model. And then making adjustments and recommendations as needed. And a powerful piece to this would be our impact analysis, where we ask our staff, our community, our family, our students, how does the LCAP impact them? What impact does it have on them? And we do that in a very proactive way so that we're doing it at the forefront instead of things happening, and then we have to then react to it. So some of the goals, I'm a department of one, but some of my goals is to make the LCAP our district strategic plan. Currently, we don't have one. We do have our 5 priorities, but we don't have a district strategic plan. Also, it would be very important that we take the recommendations from our educational partners and also collaborate with our department leads to figure out how and when we can add in their recommendations, especially for this year, because we have a lot of recommendations with no cost, and just ensuring that we really focus in on processes and systems. One of the things that I talked about in our 2-by was to start having town hall meetings in partnership with you guys. So going out into the community so they learn about the recommendations that were given, and also they learn about the LCAP and the power behind it, because the power behind the LCAP is the collaboration that happens with our educational partners. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Before we get to my colleagues, do we have any public comment?
Oh, sorry.
We do. We have one speaker signed up, Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Welcome.
Hello again. I wanted to uplift two things. One is in terms of the joint committees, the CAC also should be a part of those conversations. One of the things that was really tricky as the only, I believe I'm the only parent on the PAC who has a student, is parenting a student with a disability. And that interface is really challenging for our students and our families. And the other thing, the PAC currently, as far as I know, has 4 vacancies, right? That's what we sort of figured out, I think. We're supposed to have 16 members, right? The superintendent's supposed to have 2. Anyway, we're supposed to have 16 members. We currently have 12. Best guess is that maybe half of those people are parents of students in the district. And so A, we need more members. And B, my personal ask is that those members be parents of current students in the district to make sure that our mix of, when we're calling it a parent advisory committee, it should be comprised by a majority of parents of current students in the district. They are parenting our students in those classrooms, and they have the feedback that we need in order to suggest appropriate improvements that are informed by what's happening day to day in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment?
We do not.
Okay, seeing that we do not have any more public comment, we're going to my colleagues. Member Jean.
Fully support fewer goals. The main thing needs to be the main thing. I'm very excited about your vision for alignment because it feels like we have a lot of amazing people doing incredible work but spinning their wheels in their own silos. And I want to see all of that come together. And I'm very excited about your vision to make sure that we are also included because we don't want to be spinning our wheels in our own silo either. My last question, did you consider combining goals 7 and 3? Or sorry, 6 and 3?
Well, we'll have to go through that process, Member Jean, and I think it'll be important to bring everybody to the table in terms of what we're going to, because some of what's in Budget 3 also has budget implications. So we may have to think about some of that for the upcoming development part. So we'll be doing 2 things simultaneously, which is really good. We'll be kind of ending this cycle, but then moving into budget development.
And I'm excited about next year and really anticipating the work you're going to do this year to set up our whole new LCAP next year.
Thank you.
Okay, very quickly, brought to my attention. So we have an old bylaw here that says the board meeting shall adjourn by 10:30 unless extended by the majority of the board. We still have our sun shining with SCIU that needs to be done today. And we still have other business of the board that needs to be done today. If we do not extend this meeting, then we will have to have a special board meeting next week to handle those business items. So, once again, board, it is 10:30 currently. I ask again, and if it's the will of the board to adjourn, then we'll have another one, but then we also would not be able to do pertinent things that need to happen today. So I'm asking that the board extend by an hour and a half, and hopefully we don't use that time. All in favor of extending this meeting?
I have a question.
Say aye. You go ahead and do your question.
Clarification, hour and a half meaning midnight.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, once again, I am asking to extend this meeting for purpose of business of the Board of Education and pertinent things that we have to get done tonight. All in favor, say aye.
I have another question. I'm sorry.
This is not extending the meeting, but yes, go ask your question, please.
And we won't extend it another time.
We cannot extend it another time. That's why I'm asking for an hour and a half.
We want to keep you as long as possible today.
I'm good with staying.
No, Liam.
Oh. Yeah, this is the whole point.
Seeing tomorrow,
Yeah, we have to get up at 8:32 for the things. But question, once again.
Can you call the vote?
No.
The vote.
Previously, when we voted previously, it was an extension to 11:40. Can we do an extension to 11:40?
I would like 12 just to give us enough time. We don't want to be stuck where we can't extend the meeting, and then we have business of the board that has to get done, and then we have to come back next week for like 2 items. Okay, yes on 12.
Yes.
Thank you, board. Please continue.
Well, it was open for questions for our board members.
I appreciate that. That was your continue. We're going to go to Member Villa.
I'm going to be so fast.
No.
Just a few things. I really appreciate that you're talking about condensing, because as a parent and even coming onto this board, I was so overwhelmed with that document. It takes like a real serious focus to get through. So thank you for doing that, because not for me, not for us, but there are a lot of parents that don't understand that process, and that's a huge barrier that's going to stop them right there about knowing what's going on. I love that the LCAP becomes a district strategic plan. Absolutely, full support of that. I want to hear from what everybody else believes is our focus with the SMART goals. And I also wanted to respond. I do agree with Speaker Sarah that I am concerned that it is a concern of mine of LCAP members not being parents. I'll just put that out there for me personally, because I do believe when you are a parent in the district, you are at school sites, you're hearing from other family community members, and it's important that your voice is what's leading the district for our students and our families. So,
just to clarify, Member Villa, I did contact SCOE, I also contacted CDE, and there's language around what parent is. And so you can be someone who makes educational decisions for students.
Got that. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
And one of the things that I also wanted to say was next on June 22nd, we will have a final adoption, hopefully, of the LCAP. I'd like to uplift CAC and our other DLAC, and I got feedback from our PI when I went to speak to PI. So I'd like to uplift some of those recommendations, AAAB, some of their recommendations. In your packets, in the actual LCAP, there are detailed, and I did that purposely, and I know it's really long, but I did it purposely so you could see everything, all of their recommendations. And so my hope is this year, we can bring our department leads together with our leads of PAC and CAC, our educational partners, to really think about how we can integrate their recommendations into our LCAP so they feel like their voices are heard.
Beautiful. Seeing that there's no more questions, this is an informational item. Thank you so much for your time. We look forward to coming back on the 22nd. Going on to item 10.2, public hearing, proposed fiscal year 2023-2024 budget for all funds. Rose.
Thank you, President Rhodes, and board members, superintendent. Tonight, we are presenting to you the proposed 23-24 budget for the district. Let's make sure this is down. And we will have our department here right behind me, Jesse Castillo, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, and Cindy Tao, our Director of Accounting Services, co-presenting. So our first slide is simply the list of acronyms, because there's quite a few throughout the presentation. And so we've provided those for you there. Next slide is the agenda for this evening. We are going to go over the financial reporting requirements, the May revise and estimated actuals, just the highlights, the 23-24 budget assumptions, and then just a very brief description of the other post-employment benefits, also known as OPEB. And then we'll go into the 23-24 proposed budget and the LCAP summary and the multi-year projections. And then finally, we'll summarize with some risk and opportunities. So the requirements for school districts reporting as in terms of their financials are that by July 1 of every year, we have to have an adopted budget in place. And the budget is basically our expenditure and revenue authority for the coming year. It allows the district to conduct business. And the information within the district's initial budget adoption is based on the governor's May revise. And this is true for every year. So our budget may look a little bit different once the state enacts its budget, because as we know that there are differences between the governor's May revise and the state enacted budget. So, and we will bring that information back to you in August, once the state, hopefully, usually they do, enact their budget and they clarify the changes. Then the district will come back to you, district staff, in August with that revised information. We are required to come back within 45 days if provided there's a material revision. So you will have that updated information. And with that, let's turn over quickly to the governor's May revise. I will be as brief as possible given time constraint here. So what we are planning for in this budget for 23-24 COLA is an 8.22% COLA. This is up from 8.13% that was presented in January when the governor first unveiled his budget for the coming year. And there's two items that you need to be aware of that are in May revise that are a negative for the district, well, many districts actually. There's two block grants that we did include in our 22-23 budget, but the May revise, given what's going on in the economy, did make some proposed reductions to some of the block grants, and these two were made for school districts. And for us, the first one is the Art, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant that would result in a reduction of about 51%. So that would take down our grant from $21 million to $10.9 million. The second one that may see a reduction as well is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And this one, the May revise is proposing to reduce it by 32%. So that would result in a decrease of $17.7 million, taking it down from 55.4 to 37.7 million. And these two grants are in our 22-23 budget, not yet spent. We've been reserving those because we have not yet allocated those. The plan was that we have to bring to you for approval, of course, is that some of these funds would be used to extend some of our ESSER 3 funded positions because they qualify under this. And this was forthcoming since our ESSER 3 positions still have another year of funding left, and another year plus. So more information to come on that. We don't know if that's going to actually make it into the enacted budget in terms of the reductions, so more to come. And the other one is the Prop 28. We have been advised not to budget that in the 23-24 because we know that there's still some details being worked out in terms of whether it's the planting or a supplemental or the actual allocation. And so school districts have been advised just hang off on budgeting for that Prop 28 money. And then the other thing that was in the governor's May revise is an increase in the CalPERS rate, and actually that's set by CalPERS. So those are reflected in the out years. And then unemployment insurance, there was a small decrease there. The May revise did maintain funding for ELOP, the Universal Transitional Kindergarten, and the transportation reimbursement. So those are some of the big items in there, and there's quite a few other small ones. And then just to let you know briefly, our estimated actuals, which is the year that we're closing now, we're getting ready to wrap up this year. We have another few weeks left of activity for the 22-23 year. But just to let the public and the board know what kind of activity changes we are seeing in our current year budget, we have budgeted about $6.5 million for textbook adoption this year. In the prior year, the board allocated $13 million for social science and world language textbooks. We were reserving those in our commitments, but now the department has gone ahead and moved forward with part of that purchase. So that is now reflected in this year's budget. And there's been some additional changes, some increase in costs, and those are primarily in utility costs. We did see a 40% hike in our utility bill. We noticed that in these last few bills that have been coming in. It was pretty significant. It went up from about $870,000 to about $2 million. So hopefully, we're not going to see those continuing increases in the coming years. And then, so that resulted in our unrestricted side having a surplus of about $31.8 million. And then on the restricted side, we did reduce the arts and music block grant, as I mentioned earlier. And then that resulted in a restricted surplus of about $38 million. So those numbers are still not quite firm because we have a few weeks left yet of spending activity, but just wanted to bring these to your attention because they're pretty significant items in this current year. So at this point, I am going to now turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for the next few slides.
Thank you, Rose. Good evening, President Rhodes, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. That takes us to our 23-24 budget development assumptions. And so the next few slides are going to focus on the assumptions and the methods that go into building the budget for the 23-24 year. This primarily starts with our enrollment projections. And these are used to determine our staffing allocations, which compose the largest portion of our expenditure side of the budget. And these are also used to develop our LCFF funding projections, which composes the largest portion of our revenue budget. So very important piece. For enrollment projections, those factor into our LCFF by multiplying out our average daily attendance yield to get an estimated or projected ADA. And then that combined with our unduplicated pupil count and ADA are used to determine our LCFF funding. We also make additional revenue changes based off of the state and school services of California. Information that is provided, as Rose mentioned earlier in the presentation, includes COLA, pension rates, and other funding rates as well. And then additionally, we make adjustments for local factors. These include estimated increases in various expenditures, as well as site and department programmatic needs, district initiatives and investments, as well as expansion of UTK sites. It's important to note that the district initiatives and investments that have been discussed over the past few board meetings, which is approximately $46 million, that is not included in the 23-24 budget, as that is still an ongoing conversation. The budget the 23-24 budget also does include projected renaming costs that Nathaniel spoke to earlier in the earlier presentation. Continuing on, taking a closer look at our enrollment projections for 23-24, that's 36,506. This is developed using historical trend analysis as well as a number of other factors that go into that projections process. These then are used to serve as the baseline for our staffing allocations. And both of these are then continued to be refined, and we work very closely with our academic partners, as well as our master scheduling team, as well as other departments, to make sure that we're incorporating other factors as necessary, as include adjustments to meet CBA requirements, state compliance, local factors for unique site programming, as well as initiatives at our various school sites. Lastly, we also recognize that our enrollment projections are an initial enrollment projection and they're a point in time. And so we do continue to have those evolve and they're adjusted as needed. We have weekly departmental meetings, cross-departmental meetings to analyze these projections versus actuals, see how we're trending, and make adjustments as needed. Again, this is just a high-level table of our state factors. This shares what was presented at the May revise for those various categories. We did add to this table an additional row that's bolded. That's for the average funding per ADA. That's unique to Sac City. Essentially, this takes our total LCFF revenue divided by our total ADA to get an average amount per ADA. And you can see how that changes across the years. This is our education protection account. As a part of statute, we must provide information on our EPA revenue projected for the budget year. It has certain requirements that must be met. For the 23-24 year, it's about $115.8 million projected in revenue. All of these funds are budgeted for teachers' salaries and benefits. Also important to note that these are included within our LCFF funding. They're not in addition to. And with that, takes us to our OPEB summary presented by Cindy Tao. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, student member. My name is Cindy Tao. I'm the Director of Accounting Services, and tonight I'll be presenting other post-employment benefits, also known as OPEB. What is OPEB? OPEB is other post-employment benefits other than pensions that employees may receive from their employer once they are retired. The district provides continuation health benefits to its eligible retiring employees under a benefit OPEB plan. I want to elaborate the word continuation. Continuation means lifetime. For example, if an employee who is eligible to retire, from the day that person retires till the person dies, the district is liable for those health benefits if they do qualify. So I just want to kind of elaborate on that. It's not pension. These are other benefits related to medical benefits, dental, visions, etc. Moving on, the importance of pre-funding OPEB. And I just want to mention there's a off sequence on the printout on the slides. If the audience kind of taking a look at that, is on page 9. It's just a small edit last minute. The importance of pre-funding OPEB. 2019 California State Audit and 2019 FIGMAT reports stated the district should address the unfunded OPEB liability and recommend the district to develop a long-term funding plan to meet its obligation to its employees and retirees. After numerous of letters received from SCOE, they also advised the district to develop a plan to address the increasing OPEB liability. The OPEB plan is to fund the actuarially determined contribution each year, which is also known as ADC. ADC is a projected target funding level necessary to fund the total OPEB liability. The district should continue to contribute towards paying down the OPEB liability. This is to prevent unfunded liabilities from rapidly increasing. Additionally, this is prudent measure that is considered best practice. I want to give an example and a perspective of how many schools participate in OPEB. Currently, 82 school employers that participate in pre-funding, which is contributing their, to the OPEB liability, are Central Unified, Robla Elementary School, Rockland Unified, Vacaville, and Fresno Unified. Those are just a few from the 82 school employers. In the state of California, there's over 600, and those are local cities, local governments, other special districts, just for example. Moving on. The district OPEB liability decreased from $780 million in 2018 to $442 million as of June 30th, 2022, resulting in an overall decrease of 43% over the last 5 fiscal years, as you can see here. On an annual basis, the district makes annual payments to OPEB. I'm going to break down the components. OPEB annual payments includes the following components. Employee contribution on a 5-year average is 2%, which is $685,000. Additional district contribution is an average of 31%, which is 9.1. Out of the 9.1, there is 649,000 that there is an opt-out balance where employees who do qualify, they don't want to participate in the district benefits and they want to go outside of that. We actually do a reimbursement for that as well. Moving on, premium paid by district for active employees to cover a portion of retiree claims. That is an average of 11%, which is $3 million. Last, direct retiree payment made at the time the benefits are due, also known as pay as you go. That is an average of 56%, which is $16.6 million. Total 5-year average district contribution is $29.6 million. And I'm sorry, that's it. And moving on will be Jesse Castillo, continuing with the budget and LCAP summary.
All right, hello again. This is moving on to the 23-24 budget and LCAP summary. So just taking a quick look at our revenue projections for 23-24 based off of some of those assumptions shared earlier in the presentation. Another component that's a part of our LCFF funding is our funded ADA. This differs from our projected ADA. And just a quick explanation without trying to get too technical, but for districts, we have 3 options to be funded with our LCFF. One is to use our current year ADA, one is to use the first prior year ADA, and a third option is to use a 3 prior year ADA average. We're able to use whichever of those yields the highest number. For 23-24, in this case, it's the 3-year prior year average ADA, which is the $35,929 figure listed above. Total LCFF funding projected of $500.3 million. Overall, total projected revenues of about $720.4 million combined between our unrestricted and restricted. Taking a look at our expenditure projections, again, based off of the assumptions shared in the previous slides. But it's important to note that projections serve as the initial blueprint for expenditures. They will be adjusted throughout the budget year as state assumptions, district initiatives, and programmatic needs evolve. This also includes projected contributions of $86 million for special education and $18.5 million for routine restricted maintenance account, which has a 3% requirement of total expenditures with some exclusions. These projections also include the expenditures necessary to implement the LCAP. And that leads us to our next slide. Overall, this is just a high-level look at our LCAP goals. In total, is about $436 million in LCAP expenditures built within the budget. The right-hand chart shows how those goals are broken out by percentage basis of that budgeted amount. And then if we take a closer look just at Goal 1 and the various actions that are within Goal 1, in total about $19.7 million budgeted for that particular goal. And then we'll highlight Goal 1.1 just to show how that connects between the budget and the LCAP for career technical education. That would be going back to our January and February budget development meetings. During that conversation, we would have gone over their CTE incentive grant funds, their Perkin funds, as well as the required district match, as well as their staffing and operational cost needs. And then those go into building the budget, and those also tie into the LCAP. So that's just one example of how the two tie together. That takes us to our proposed budget summary. Overall, unrestricted net increase of $27.6 million, a $3.7 million decrease on the restricted side for a total combined increase of $23.9 million, and an overall ending fund balance of $203.6 million projected for the budget year. This takes a look at at the ending fund balance figure, the components of ending fund balance in particular. Due to funding at the state level, there is still a reserve cap requirement in place for the 23-24 year. This stipulates that districts must have 10% or less in or unassigned unappropriated balance of their total overall expenditures. In order to meet that requirement within the proposed budget, there is a $41 million commitment for unsettled labor negotiations. And again, that will satisfy the reserve cap requirement. That figure includes the estimated costs of the latest salary proposals of 6%, as well as increased subrate and $1 million for class size adjustments. We'll be bringing forward to the board the actual commitment resolution for approval at the June 22nd meeting as well. That takes us to our proposed budget multi-year projections. Taking a look at the assumptions for the 2 out years, most notably, as we saw during the COVID pandemic, unfortunately, we did see a significant decline in our enrollment as well as our attendance yield, with about a low point of about a 3% drop in enrollment year over year, and a low point for our attendance yield of about 88%. As we look at the future years, we're projecting that we're recovering to pre-COVID levels. So that's why we project a 0.5% decline in our enrollment projections, as well as an ADA yield of about 92% in each of the 2 out years. For context, that projected enrollment decline would equate to about a $2.7 million loss in revenue in 24-25, about a $2.8 million loss in revenue in 25-26. Additional changes on the unrestricted side include adjustments to our special education contributions for each of the 2 out years, as well as adjustments to the restricted side. These are additional multi-year projection assumptions on the expenditure side. We won't go through all these, but for the most part, unrestricted and restricted have similar changes for step-on-column costs, STRS, PERS, unemployment, health and welfare costs. And then of note, on the restricted side, we do have the ESSER 3 funds fully budgeted to be expended in the 23-24 year. And then, as Rose mentioned, used in the one-time block grants and the out years to fund some of those ESSER positions proposed in the current budget. This is a summary of our multi-year projections on the unrestricted side. As you can see, in total, across the 3 years, an ending fund balance of $136.5 million unrestricted by the year 25-26, currently projected. And the components of ending fund balance includes the commitments amount mentioned previously, as well as our 2% reserve for economic uncertainty, and about $2.2 million in assignments for supplemental concentration funds. This is our combined multi-year projection summary. As you can see, in 24-25 and 25-26, there is, once we factor in the restricted side, there's net decreases there. Those are primarily related to spending down the one-time block grants that we've accrued in 22-23, level of learning recovery, arts, music, and educator effectiveness funds. And that takes us to our summary. Thank you.
Getting to the end here. All right, so as we always do, just sharing a couple of risks that we want everyone to be aware of, and some opportunities, of course, because there's always some. So the risks, of course, are the uncertainty regarding ongoing state funding for K-12 districts, given what's going on in the economy. Right now, what's impacting the state budget and what's creating a little bit of a nervous tension at the state level is the delayed state taxes that have been delayed through to October. That usually when they collect those taxes in April, the state has a good indication of what kind of revenue they can count on, but because these were delayed, their decisions are going to be delayed as well. And many, many years ago, in early, it was 2007 and 8, when the economy went through some rough patches, it was pretty common to see mid-year reductions, and hopefully we're not going to see that, but just something to put out there. In the event the state does not recover enough of the taxes and they have to make some mid-year cuts. The other risk, of course, is enrollment and ADA. As Jesse shared with you, we are projecting back at our pre-COVID rate, so we're being very optimistic in our projections, and we'll keep you posted as the year progresses. We can kind of see how our enrollment in our ADA is trending, and of course, always those expiring ESSER 3 funded positions that may not have a funding source in the future. And as far as opportunities are concerned, that the state will recover and funding for school districts will continue to be on this upward bound, and our COLA will be sufficient to fund our ongoing costs. A stable and increased enrollment in ADA and always out there, but the further we get away from bullet number 3, the potential to make up those lost instructional days from the 21-22 strike, the further away we get from recovering that loss, that revenue loss. So, but still, it's an opportunity that's out there for us in the event we're able to be successful. And then to summarize, a couple of key points here. The district is projecting, as you saw the budget, to satisfy its 2% reserve in all 3 years, which is good. We have positive cash flow, and that our unrestricted increase of 27.7 million in next year's budget, and 10.4 in our mid-year multi-year projection, and then 1.6 in our final year. And what this means is that this is an increase in our fund balance, that we are projecting to have an increase instead of a decrease based on these projections. And just a couple points that are not up there that I'd like to mention, and Jesse mentioned these, but I'd just like to remind our board and the public that the $46 million in investments that we presented to you a couple of weeks ago, and I believe you may have that presentation in front of you, those are not included in the budget. And we shared that we did not include those because you have not yet taken action to include any of those potential investments. And so, but we have staff available in the event you have any questions on those. And then again, just along those same lines, remind the board that this is not the last time and the only time you're going to be able to make decisions about the budget. This is our first stage. We need to comply and have an adopted budget in place so that we have spending authority come July 1. So another opportunity can be pretty much any time the board decides to call a meeting, but your next opportunity on the calendar would be in August when we come back after the state enacts its budget and let you know how that impacts our budget. And that's certainly an opportunity for you to weigh in and say you'd like to make some decisions about the budget. So with that, we'll be bringing this same budget back to you at the next board meeting for actual action for adoption. And as Jesse stated, we will also bring that list of commitments because we are in excess of that 10% reserve cap. But as Jesse shared with you, we do have some proposals that we have shared with our bargaining partner in terms of salary increases. That's public information that we need to reserve funding for. We understand that has not been yet fully approved and enacted upon. Nonetheless, it's an obligation that the district has made, is willing to make, and so we do need to disclose that and reserve that funding for it. So that's that $41 million, and we can share more information on that as needed. And so that concludes our presentation, and now we can conduct the public hearing and open it up.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public comment?
One speaker, President Rhodes, David Fisher, has signed up.
Okay, Mr. Fisher, you have 2 minutes.
Trying to make this quick. So just briefly, so the funding OPEB is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's a matter of degree and matter of priorities. And we started it in 2010. It was our idea that started contributing to it. However, it's a luxury if you go above and beyond. We already contribute in 2017 a 1.5% of total payroll goes to it. You're doing way above that. So these are decisions that just need to be made priorities. I'd like to play just a few seconds of what Mike Fine actually said that's when talking about OPEBs.
There are a variety of ways to deal with the OPEB liability. First and foremost, while super conservative financial folks and accountants would love to see it funded, there is not a requirement to fund it. And let me say fund it in advance, maybe for clarity, right? Most school districts, at a minimum, fund on a pay-as-you-go basis. What is the contribution you need to make this year to fund the commitment you have to former employees that are now retired?
Your unfunded liability doesn't continue to grow.
It continues to grow. However, it is an acceptable plan. We would certainly describe, if you have that in board action, board policy, in your budget built in on an annual basis, we would say you have a plan.
Okay, he said a plan is pay as you go. You already do above that. And then you're doing a whole bunch more, right? And then he goes on to say near the end, I wouldn't put OPEB on the top of the list of priorities. You have a lot more pressing needs to solve. Maybe he's talking at a different time, but I think we still have some pressing needs. So there are no perfect analogies, but I still go to your home budget. Yes, I'd like to pay down my mortgage way ahead of time, but first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to feed my kids and I'm going to pay the car payment, all this stuff. First thing we need to do is fill the vacancies, make sure teachers, the students have teachers, and they have the services we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Now going to my colleagues, Member Jean.
Kind of keep this quick. You mentioned the ADA yield optimistic as 92%. Is that pre-COVID numbers?
Yes, it is.
What's our ADA for this year?
We were at
87?
91-ish.
90, 91. Okay, so 92, we might get there. That would be really good if we did.
Yes.
Health and welfare, you say you projected it as 8.8%. What's the trend? I'm sorry, I'm not remembering if I got that info previously. What do you base those projections on? Do we trend that high?
It's a combination, and it's actually more contacting our actual providers and saying, what are you seeing in the market? What is it for us? Because it's also dependent upon the pool you're in and what your utilization rates are, what, if you have any spikes, and if those spikes are pretty much more than spikes, but they're recurring. And what we mean by that is you have individuals who might utilize very expensive medical care. And so we have seen that in our particular pool. So that's actually coming from our actual providers.
Excellent. Yeah. And then for other expenses, when you've got your revenues, your expenditures, and then other expenses, broadly, what are those? Are these our one-time monies?
Can you remember, Jean, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
What slide was that?
It's on lots of slides.
Okay.
It's toward the end. And it's total revenues, total expenditures, other sources, uses.
There you go.
Other sources, uses, sorry. And that's repeated over and over.
Yes.
So what are those?
Sorry, we should have put it, that's mostly our contributions, our special ed contributions and our routine restricted maintenance contributions. Special ed making up probably 90% of it. That's between 80
you said 80 million, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then lastly, you mentioned that 10% cap that's the rainy day fund trigger. If we have 66 million in that, what's the percentage of that generally?
I'll let you take that one, Jesse. Where is that? Oh, here, let me.
So if it's unassigned, unappropriated at 66.
Yeah, there's another slide that might be a little.
Sure.
And is it just unassigned or is it the entire list of, sorry, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, it would be the unassigned, unappropriated amount. So what the pieces that aren't considered are so the restricted side for one, those are restricted, so those don't count towards the fund balance piece. And then their 2% reserve for economic uncertainty also isn't considered. So then it's 10% of total overall expenditures. That 10% comes out to about 67 million, I believe it was, off the based off of projected expenditures. So with the board commitment and the 2% reserve for economic uncertainty, that would put us just under that 10% mark.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, member Kayada.
So following up on reserves, do we have any reserves that are currently committed in the manner that we had talked about, I think 4 or 5 months ago, committing extra funds to get around the 10% cap? Is there any other bucket that a previous board put into a committed reserve?
You want to? Oh, sorry, we are talking amongst ourselves here. The board did, to answer your question, yes. They took action last time we adopted the budget because you only commit at budget adoption. That's when that measurement takes place. So that happened last year. But please keep in mind that part of that commitment included that additional 3% board reserve. And so now that that has gone away, we'll relook at, that'll take care of that piece. So what happens is the auditors will come in and they'll say, okay, this is your commitments that you guys made. We're going to test and make sure that you did spend, unless the board takes action to undo the commitment. So our plan is next board meeting, we're going to bring a new resolution to commit for this new budget, and then anything we did not spend out of those commitments, we'll have you uncommit that. But the bulk of them was pretty much textbooks, and I can't recall the other category. I think there was just a couple. And professional learning. It was actual things that, the staff intended to do, but sometimes things don't pan out quite that well. So if anything, we may have to recommit some of those or uncommit them completely. But for sure, the 3%.
Okay. But you are planning on having us take action to undo that? And
yes.
So we're basically creating a new level of restricted, okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Seeing that there's no other board discussion, this is an informational item. We look forward to, yep, it's an informational item here.
Yeah, there's a public hearing piece that has to go with it. Okay, if that's it. I just want to make sure that we satisfy.
No, it's here. And you can chime in. Yeah. I was just checking if there's anything else. Okay, so no, this is a public hearing. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Rose. We look forward to coming back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go to item 10.3, the Sunshining SEIU.
Thank you, President Rhodes. Yeah, thank you very much. I will take this this item. I will take this item before you this evening, board members. We are presenting for public hearing and action the district's initial proposal, which we sometimes refer to as a sunshine proposal for reopener negotiations with our labor partner SEIU for the 22-23 school year. Under the Educational Employment Relations Act, the ERA, the district is required to publicly present our initial proposal for negotiations so that the public has an opportunity to review and the governing board has the opportunity to review and approve that initial proposal. The district and SEIU mutually agreed to open on compensation and then one other article selected by the district and one by SEIU. The district has selected Article 9, which is assignments for these negotiations. We're requesting that following the public hearing on this item, the governing board approve the district's initial proposal to SEIU. And if the board has any questions related to Article 9, Chief McCarn, Dr. McCarn is here to provide that information.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
There is not.
Okay, is there any board discussion around the item? Member Jean.
Did we hear any explanation as to why we picked assignment specifically?
We did not, Member Jean, and that's why we can do that right now if there's any questions about.
I'd just love to hear like 3 bullet
Sure,
points.
absolutely.
What are the thoughts in choosing this one?
Hi, thank you, certainly. There's some language in there that is a little bit outdated that we would like to clean up, as well as language that specifically speaks to work assignments, reassignments, seniority lists, which came into play last year for the district a bit, including rest periods, summer assignments, and things like that, that we would like to, some updates, some new language to help the hiring process work a little bit smoother in those areas, as well as a few others, but.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then I do want to verbalize my concern that we are sunshining this late in the school year when we're supposed to be wrapping up by June 30th. We need to respect our labor partners' rights to bargain.
Agreed. Is there any other board discussion? Okay, Superintendent, this is an action item, can you take a roll call vote with
Well,
first
you're gonna-
student preference?
You're going to need a motion first.
Oh, yeah, I motion. Is there a second? Sorry. Second, student preferential.
Yeah.
Okay, Superintendent.
Sure. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with members who are present. Thank you very much. Going to item 11.1, Lozano Smith transition contract.
Thank you, President Rhodes. I will also take this item. As the board is aware, our current contract for outside legal services with Lozano Smith expires on June 30th of this year. This agreement that we are presenting and included in your packet allows for the transition of legal services to a new outside legal firm and the new chief legal counsel. Those are positions that are being filled at the moment, as well as for that new outside legal counsel proposals are being reviewed, and we hope to bring a recommendation at the next board meeting on June 22nd. While we're anticipating making such decision, as of now, we do not have new outside or internal legal support identified to start the transition process. And what I can commit to doing, board members, is sending a BC that gives you a sense of outstanding, ongoing matters that we are still tending to at the moment. Under this contract, or the current legal services requiring transition services include, but they're not limited to, things like special education, employment matters, areas related to charter school, general counsel, student matters, and of course, litigation matters. Without this agreement in place, services with Lozano Smith, which would end on June 30th, would end on June 30th without the ability for staff or new legal counsel the flexibility to gradually get up to speed on any of these matters. The agreement does protect the district by maintaining attorney-client confidentiality with Lozano Smith during the transition process. The contract before you is for a one-year term, but could be for a shorter term if the board desires. The one-year term gives flexibility and consideration to the fact that The transition periods may vary between departments, again, based on the number and the level of complexity of pending matters. There are no changes in terms of increases in the hourly rates in this contract. And because the flow of both ongoing and new legal matters takes place over a variety of departments and changes on a daily basis, we expect to transition current legal services by continuing our regular meetings between there would be regular meetings between staff and legal counsel, as well as through coordinated meetings between cabinet level or department leads, and of course, a new in-house legal counsel to continue reviewing the current matrix of pending matters. Of course, once new legal counsel is in place, new matters would be directed to them without the need for support from Lozano Smith.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay, board comment. We have Member Kayada.
Just want to follow up on the summary Superintendent gave about what this contract is. To be clear, this is not a way to backdoor with no limit, unlimited services from Lozano Smith. We are continuing to have the RFI, I believe, and we also are going to be hiring a chief counsel, hopefully in our next meeting, given that we were not able to do so today in closed session. So I would just like to thank Lozano Smith for being willing to help us with the transition and make sure that regardless of what firm we go with and regardless of what chief counsel we have, that we don't drop any active litigation and that we don't drop on our face for negotiations. So is anyone else in queue? Otherwise, let's move it along.
I see no one now. I knew somebody's gonna pop up, so we're good. We'll have Member Singh go next.
I just wanted to agree with that, but I also wanted to add, I think the original RFI, some of the concerns we had, Superintendent, were about review of like getting that monthly report. Are we able to ensure that we'll be able to continue getting that monthly report? And if legal counsel is hired, that they would play that role in reviewing and ensuring that our contractual obligations are being met and so forth.
The answer is yes. That is part of the job description of the position for in-house legal counsel. And during the transition period, of course, we will make sure that the board has very clear indications of the work that is being done to transition work to the new legal counsel that is selected, recommended, and of course then approved by the board. And again, the current timeline is that we do think that we will be able to bring a recommendation for an in-house legal counsel on the 22nd of this month, as well as a recommendation for the new legal services firm, if you will, on that date as well. And I know that Lozano Smith is very committed to making sure that they can continue to provide detailed information about the transition work. But of course, I do also want you to keep in mind that the idea of transition work is different than adding new work. This is only for the purposes of making sure that the district is in a position where current, active, ongoing, pending litigation, administrative matters continue without any interruption.
Thank you for the clarification, Superintendent. Seeing that we have no other members in the queue, do we have a motion to move this forward?
Yeah, I moved already.
Okay, motion and a second. Superintendent, student preferential?
Abstain.
Okay. Superintendent?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with an abstention from a student board member. We are going to go to item 11.2, revision to board policies 20.4 and 0420.41. Okay. Oh, hello.
I can't keep any of the numbers straight either.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Hello, folks. Amanda Goldman, Director of Innovative Schools. I was here a month ago. I shared the first round, or not the first round, but the first round to you of these board policies that are consistent with our new-ish laws that were passed in 2019. If you go to the next slide, please. There is absolutely nothing new in this presentation. I am here to answer whatever questions you have. I hope that we are able to adopt these policies as a baseline for work moving forward. As we saw tonight, we're very busy and love to just be able to say that we're done with this particular item. So, what questions do you have for me?
Okay. Okay. Do we have any public comment on this one?
We do not.
Okay. Going into my colleagues, do we have any board discussion around this? Member Singh.
I just want to say thank you for taking that really long phone call with me and explaining all my questions around this. And that's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Happy to do so at any time.
Seeing that we have no other board members in the queue, this was a second reading and we're going to move in action. Do we have a motion to move to action? Yeah, second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
We're going to move into action, Acting Superintendent. So now we're going to move into action. Is there a motion to approve? It's second. Okay, motion approved second. Student preferential?
Aye.
Okay. Superintendent?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to communications, superintendent report, and I will remove my president report in effort of time.
Same here, President Rhodes.
Okay, we have information sharing by board members. So hop in the queue if you have information to share. Okay, so there's no one with information to share today. Somebody, yeah, okay. Member Villa.
Quickly, because we will not be back before the end of school, I just want to say happy summer. Congratulations to everybody who's graduated and enjoy your time off. We'll see you in the fall.
Beautiful. Now we're going to item 13.0. We have the consent agenda. And we have a couple of people who are popping in for consent agenda. Well, we're going to take action to approve. But before we do that, is there any... I didn't think they'd make the 12 o'clock. Can you tell them? Tell them chill out. Okay, 1 second here. All right, so real quickly, we have member Kayada in the queue.
I'd like to pull 13.1A and 13.1J for discussion.
Okay, so transition, school attendance calendar, and, okay. 13.1A, 13.1J, and that's what you would like to move there. We also have Member Phillips is also in the queue.
I'd like to pull expulsion number 25 from 13.1H.
13.1H. I'm finding it. 13.1H. Number.
The expulsion.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing, right? Okay,
No, just the expulsion. The other ones are readmittance.
got it. Expulsion number 25. Got it. Okay, so right now, we have 13.1A, 13.1J, and 13.1H, expulsion number 25. With that being said, is there a motion to pull these items off, and approve the rest of the items on the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Second, okay. So, Superintendent?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, so we're gonna go to first 13.1A. Member Kayada?
So I would like to propose that we approve all this except for the 29.5 million in special education funds for non-public schools and agency providers. I do have some concerns, and I have spoken with SCTA, who also has concerns that we need to take active steps to make sure we're not continuing to rely on outside providers. So I'd like to have 2 weeks for any board member and district staff to work with our union partners and SEIU as well, as some of these people are SEIU represented, to see if there's any sort of assurances we can do. I have spoken with staff. I do believe our intention is to move away from these contracts in almost all cases, but we haven't been doing it so far, so I just want to have some time for additional thought.
Okay, and then you also have 13.1J.
Yeah, so that would be for the academic calendar. Very cognizant that we need to provide our community with firm school dates, but I am concerned that we do not have Juneteenth as a holiday when it's a federal holiday. It's somewhat represented in state service. A lot of counties and cities have acknowledged it as a holiday. So if there's some information as to why we weren't able to do it this year, I may be comfortable approving it, but I really think we do need to recognize that as a holiday in Sac City Unified.
Okay, so Superintendent, can we speak towards the Juneteenth holiday first?
Yes, what I will do as early as tomorrow, Member Kayada, is make sure that we have an internal discussion about the flexibility that we have, given just the Ed Code minimum requirements and where we would potentially add an additional day. And I'll work with our team and provide that unless Dr. McCarn has any other information.
What I would just share is this was intended to be just the student attendance calendar. Students are out prior to that. This is not an employee calendar. Those still have to be negotiated with each labor partner, which absolutely, we have 12-month people, 11-month people, which that will come into play. The district will need to make a decision in terms of that date. But just wanting to clarify, this is just student attendance, trying to get the start date and the end date, although I absolutely hear the concern and question.
Right, and so the Juneteenth holiday, what you're saying is doesn't impact this calendar of the school year. It doesn't impact the student calendar. It impacts, because we're out of school, impacts the employee calendar, which then also needs to be negotiated still? Okay.
So just to say that we can't get that done this year, so recommendation is to approve this. And am I hearing a commitment to try to work towards, in negotiations, making this happen for next year's calendar?
To have conversations internally.
Conversations, okay. Yeah, I didn't want to overstate that. I'm just trying to clarify what I heard. Thank you.
Yeah, and then let's go back to your other item. Did you get clarification, Member Kayada, on 13.1J? No, that's the calendar, 13.1J, and then we're going to go back. I'm just asking, was that good clarification that you received before we go to item 13.1A?
Yes.
Okay, so 13.1A, Superintendent, can you speak towards his concerns?
Yes, what I'd like to make sure that we're doing, and I see Mr. Linares here, and of course, our CBO, I want to make sure that there is clarification with the board about what the action means and what it doesn't mean. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Linares and Ms. Ramos so that there is just clarification on sort of the authorization piece versus the expenditure piece.
So the authorization provides us the opportunity to go into contract with each of these non-public agencies to provide services for students. The negotiations around the scope and level of such service is still a process that happens throughout the year as we look at vacancies and where we have openings. Obviously, as we get closer to the start of the school year, if we have vacancies, we then have the dilemma of, are we providing the service to students, or are we accruing a compensatory education for not providing those services? So this authorization lets us get into contracts so we can work with agencies in a quicker fashion to have staff available to provide that service. Doesn't necessarily commit us right now to a certain level of that service.
Yeah, and then I believe that Member Kayada's main concern was that as we, this is a if we need to type of expenditure or save away, saying, or I'm sorry, not expenditure. It's a if we need to acceptance of the board. So I'm not saying you can do that, but the real question was this. I guess Mirakaida is saying, how do we connect with our labor partners around this? And or do we have plans to connect with labor partners around the work that they do that could be or seemingly to be contracted out here? Are we doing that work while this is happening as well?
Yeah, well, from a sort of hiring aspect of it, we're constantly posting positions on websites, on EdJoin, to make sure that we have the number of openings posted for the district, pools open for teachers, different positions. We would then be working with our human resources partners to identify then what is the communication system going on with our labor partners once we reach that point of the need to getting closer to the start of the school year, where we are in fact in that position of balancing out student services versus our hiring practices.
Perhaps, Mr. Linares, if you can give the board and our community maybe a couple of examples of sort of the why the authorization is critical, but maybe not what is implemented.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So I would say one of the areas in particular is the areas of speech and language services for students. There's not only a shortage in our district, but statewide, there's a shortage of speech and language pathologists across the state. And as such, we have a number of openings right now for those positions. We will continue to post on EdJoin for those positions. But we also know that students need those services as an aspect of their IEPs. So as we get closer to the start of the school year, we have to identify then how do we then provide those necessary services that are stipulated in students' IEPs while balancing out the need to fill our own positions before looking at outside agencies. That would be an example of where then we're working with our HR partners to work with our labor partners around what is that timeline? What is that threshold? Are we looking at July? Are we looking at August for a September start? How quickly are we turning around and working with these agencies to have contracts in place so that they can recruit, they can bring in speech pathologists to support our students? And if that's not possible in a sort of a person-to-person standpoint, that's when we have to start looking at other options like virtual services, which is never anyone's go-to. So that's what the process would look like. We would continue to try to fill our own positions as much as possible, utilize outside agencies when necessary. This authorization allows us to have that in place so we're not coming to the board in August for a contract, then going to an agency and saying, can you now find me someone, which would then delay services for students. That's what this authorization just gets us to a spot where then we are eliminating one of those dominoes that we know needs to fall.
Thank you for the explanation. I would just say that we definitely want to make sure that we're honoring contracts of our labor partners and that we're not supplanting people's work that they are entitled to, and that we have conversations, and that if those things don't work out, then that we have this other option. But I think that we have to make sure that we're honoring the contracts that we have as we continue to try to service and meet the needs of our students, but then also honoring our staff in the same space.
Right. It's definitely a delicate balance.
Yes, that we must do. Member Villa.
Yeah, I just, two quick things. And obviously, this is not new to us because I recall, when I came on, we had a large backlog of this, and this is why this kind of work started, and it was really problematic that students weren't getting services. And it's even states on page 3, when the district is not able to provide services via district employees, the use of contract agency is necessary to ensure that we comply with state and federal law that govern special education. So again, this is something we don't want to violate any contracts, but this will impact student outcomes. So it's really crucial that we make sure that this is a student-focused approach. This is not any other way to look at it. But if we do not get ahead of that, the backlog, again, which we saw in the past, was horrific, and that impacted so many families. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Member Kayada?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the backlog Member Villa has mentioned affected my family. And my family also had contracted services, which we did not really enjoy. It's much better now that we are having services through the district. So it's just, I know we need to approve these because of our inability to come up to staffing. And in some cases, there's services that really need to be provided by outside agencies. It's not something that's, our core competency. I think I'm just looking for essentially calling attention to the fact that, and I know you share this view, Mr. Lenora, is that we need to get this in-house. And part of doing that is working with our labor partners, SEIU, SETA. So just kind of a hope that if we approve this, that we're going to continue to push on that this is not going to be something we fall back on, that it stays a priority to try to bring this in-house.
Thank you, Member Kayada. And so we're going to take each one of these by numbers. I see that we have Member Phillips in, but when we do come to voting on these, we're going to vote on them individually, not as groups. Member Phillips.
Okay, so I actually wanted to just, I didn't want to vote or anything. I actually wanted to just ask for clarification, but I see everybody sat down, so I'm not quite sure where we're going.
No, this is your clarification point, yeah.
Okay, so I understand we contract with other folks to do these particular services for our students. The board is asking, or at least right now it's presented to the board, for us to wait 2 weeks so that we can do further research, so that we can get a breakdown of each one of these individual uses. Like, I mean, are we going to be getting past information, like past data based on how much we've spent with these agencies? I mean, is there a trend that we could look at that says, hey, this is how much maybe we're budgeting too much, or maybe we're looking at too much? And I guess my confusion is, maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but I mean, there are some negotiation issues surrounding our hiring practices that fall into some category, one of our articles. And so if we are having difficulty as a district hiring folks to do these jobs in-house, because we are having some issues with negotiation, perhaps, I really think that might be something we'd want to really address. I may be stepping over a line here, but currently, my opinion is the district is scraping the bottom of the barrel to get folks to do these jobs. And if we can't even get folks from the bottom of the barrel, who's going to do the work for the children? That's why we have these folks, and you're requesting an authorization to spend to $29 million or so. But we're going to look at it, and so Member Kayada wants us to look at this in what specific way so that we can come to that decision in 2 weeks, roughly?
I was hoping that would give us time to see if staff can consult with labor to see if there's anything we can do, and to honor their contract, which says that these should be services provided by their staff. If that's not something that we think can be productive in the next 2 weeks, and there's, I don't want to say commitment, but, a desire to make this a top priority, then that would satisfy me. I just think we owe it to our kids and to our labor partners to try to bring as much of these services in-house as soon as we can.
Okay, and I hear that. And so my request is that our labor partners also look into hearing out the issues that there may be regarding hiring practices. Without getting into detail, if that is something that is holding up the fact that we cannot get people in-house, and you're shaking your head, Mr. Fisher. What do you think? Sorry. So my thought here is that if we cannot find people, we absolutely need to have an authorization to spend. If we cannot find a way to hire people because there is something that we obviously may not be able to negotiate right now, we're still going to wind up doing this. I'm kind of I'm thinking this out. So we do have to honor our CBA. That obviously has gone in one ear and out the end and is bouncing around in my head, and I understand that. I just want to make sure that I can get something that will help me understand why we can't hire people to do this job in-house. That's probably what I need to know. And if we work with our labor partners and we can reach an understanding as to this is why we are not able to have people in-house right now, then I would be satisfied. But if we're going to hold this off and we're going to not get information that I can use, then it's almost a waste of my time. So if we're going to take 2 weeks, I'm okay with 2 weeks so that we can, I don't know, hash it out. But I think this really is going to require an open mind and some flexibility without really getting into any more. If it's that important, then we all really need to work on it. And I don't know how we're going to do that with all the animosity and everybody's ideas about what's going on, but this needs to be broken down into plain English as to why either there's a problem with us keeping people, hiring people, or just using contractors because that's the way we do it. That's what I want to know.
Thank you.
And that's not really for you, Mr. Lennar. That's mostly for us to be able to talk about so that maybe I can have a plain English explanation as to what I'm going to understand when I get some data.
Thank you, Mayor Phillips. Superintendent, you can...
Can I just offer, President Rhodes, to Member Phillips, if you think this might be helpful, we could certainly share with the board the extent to which we believe that the current vacancy levels that we have today in some of these areas would prompt us to bring some of these items to you. And that's something that Mr. Linares and team, of course, have a lot of experience in, and he gave some examples. So we could share with you a little bit more detail about how the current level of vacancies in some of these areas would make it rather difficult to figure out an internal way of addressing some of these challenges.
And Superintendent, once again, how I see this is board is approving these are authorizing these funds as the if needed, with understanding of still trying to make sure that we hire these positions from our staff and that they have the first rights to the positions. That's my understanding. Am I hearing that clearly?
You are.
Yes. Okay. So we have a couple other, with that clarification, we have two other people, and then I want my colleagues here. It's 11:45. We have till 12 as well. So, Member Singh.
Okay, I know this is starting to get confusing, but I think what we're trying to talk about is legal obligations. And if the legal obligation is that if they are unable to contract out, then it is the prerogative of our labor partners to work with us to understand that they are unable to meet these needs and we need to contract out. And I am not here to allow our special ed students to fall through the cracks, and I completely understand that. I think 2 weeks, if we can get a commitment to just have that discussion with our partners, I think that would be good. I don't think you'll have an issue of us approving funds so that you can work and begin the process of getting in touch with these folks if needed. But I think it's fair that we actually chat with labor partners first and be like, hey, this is what we're looking at. What do you all think? And just come back to us in 2 weeks. I don't think any of us are not committed to our students, especially our special ed students and the families that need to support the most. So I just think we need a little bit of time, and that's a commitment we're seeking from staff, discussing with our labor partners, and then coming back to us in 2 weeks.
Understood. I was just trying to figure out, like, how does trend data kind of connect to that, but that makes absolute sense. Yeah. Understood. Yeah.
And I think that, once again, this is obviously going to come back in 2 weeks. We can do it now. We can do it 2 weeks from now. We've already committed to have conversations with our labor partners either way. So for our board here, I just want to get some clarity here from folks. What is the current motion? That I know that it has switched up a little bit. I mean, is your current motion still the same, Member Kayada?
No, I pulled it, so unless someone moves it, then it's going to be off the agenda and it will come back.
Right. And then, okay, so the next person we have in the queue is you, Member Kayada. Okay, and then Member Jean.
I move that this be delayed, brought back to us in 2 weeks with a bit more info, particularly from our labor partners, about the plans around this.
Okay, so we have a movement. Do we have a second?
Second.
Say it again?
Second.
Second. Okay, student preferential.
Yep.
Okay, vote.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Phillips. Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay, so also moving on to item 13.1J. That was pulled, but there was no action on it. Is there a motion to move forward with that?
Yeah, motion. So we're voting on it now. Are you
Yes.
seconding?
Second, okay. There's a motion and a second on this item. And once again, the motion, Member Kayada, can you repeat the motion? Move to approve.
To approve 13.1J.
Perfect. Okay, student preferential.
Aye.
Yes.
And approve the calendar, yes, to approve it, yes. Superintendent?
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
No.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to 13.1H. Expulsion number 25, student preferential. Oh,
You need a motion.
Yeah. Do we have a motion to? We just voted on the calendar, and now we're. Oh, you're a yes on the calendar? Okay, so we can switch that to a yes on the calendar. Okay. 13, not quite 10 more minutes. 13.1H, approval of staff recommendation for expulsion number 25. Student preferential? You wasn't there. Yeah, you weren't there. Okay, my apologies. Superintendent?
Member Jean.
Oh, do we have a motion? Something we did. A second. We're going to vote on it. She wants to vote on it. Superintendent?
Member Jean.
No.
Member Kayada.
No.
Member Phillips.
No.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
No.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay. Motion fails. No.
Motion denied.
Motion denied. Okay, moving on to receiving for 14.1. Future Board of Education meetings, June 22nd, here at the Cerner Center at 6:30, closed session at 4:30. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second? Third? Student preferential?
Yes.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
Oh man, I want to smack the gavel.
Go.